Chapter 3975. If that's the case, then let me try. A young woman from the divine nation's human race stepped out and landed inside the enchantment. However, facing this woman, the demon ancestor didn't intend to activate the Eye of Despair. What do you mean? The young woman frowned. Although I haven't fought with you before, you are a human of the divine kingdom. You shouldn't need to activate the Eye of Despair to deal with the humans of the divine kingdom. The demon ancestor smiled indifferently. What? You look down on the humans of the divine kingdom so much? Among these hundreds of thousands of people, the humans of the divine kingdom accounted for more than half of them. Hearing the demon ancestor's words, they were furious. Facing the god race, you activated the Eye of Despair. Facing the humans of the divine kingdom, you didn't activate the Eye of Despair. Wasn't this blatantly looking down on them? Yes. I am humiliating you. Do you know why? The god race and the purple gold divine dragon clan are different from you. They are other races. It is understandable that they bully the humans of the sky cloud realm. But you are humans. Although we are in different worlds, we are all the same. We are all humans, but you are helping them, abusing us in the sky cloud realm. Can I ask if you are worthy of the word human? Therefore, I look down on you humans of the divine kingdom from the bottom of my heart. Because you are at most a lackey of the god race and the purple gold divine dragon clan. The demon ancestor smiled contemptuously. Well said! The people of the sky cloud realm all shouted. Well said indeed. Man also laughed without concealing his laughter. Arrogant! On the other hand, the humans of the divine nation were furious. The young woman standing opposite the demon ancestor was so angry that she kept trembling. She said in a deep voice, "You will pay the price for your arrogance." Clang! As her voice fell, the law of sword roared out. The next moment, 1-meter-long battle swords appeared and floated behind the young woman. They were densely packed and filled half of the battlefield. This can't be the ultimate meaning of the law of sword, right? Everyone was bewildered. How on earth did this young man from the divine kingdom practice ultimate profound meanings? Why did it feel like they were everywhere? If you have the guts, then don't activate the Eye of Despair. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Outside the arena, the humans of the divine kingdom looked at the demon ancestor and hooted. But Demon Alpha was not in the mood to care. He coldly looked at the battle sword behind the young woman. A wave of blood rolled out. Ultimate profound, slaughter hell. Blood swords dripping with blood radiated a destructive aura as they clashed with the battle swords behind the young woman. Formless sword Tao! The young woman waved her hand, and the battle sword immediately turned into a graceful arc that attacked the demon ancestor. In the meantime, the demon ancestor waved his hand, and the 99 blood swords behind him tore through the air and attacked his opponent. But suddenly, the battle swords around the young woman suddenly disappeared into the void. That was right. He just disappeared. He couldn't even sense the sharpness of the sword. On the entire battlefield, apart from the 99 blood swords dripping with blood, no other sword shadows could be seen, and no aura could be felt. It was as if the battle swords evolved from the young woman's ultimate profound of the law of sword had all disappeared without leaving a trace. Formless sword Tao, this is the ultimate profound of the law of sword. All the sword energy has turned into formless, coming and going without a trace. It's hard to guard against it. A reclusive old antique from the Kirin clan said. Facing these young people from the divine kingdom, even an old antique like him couldn't help but feel ashamed. If they all turn into formless, then how are we going to fight? Someone was bewildered. The ultimate profound of the law of sword and the law of slaughter are equally powerful. Therefore, when fighting, the most important thing is the battle experience and battle awareness of both sides. The reclusive old antique explained while sizing up the demon ancestor. This person had never appeared before, so his battle experience and battle awareness shouldn't be that great. If he didn't activate the Eye of Despair, he would probably lose more than he would win. However, he was really stupid. He clearly had such a powerful technique, but he didn't use it? At that time, he would really pay the price for his arrogance. It would be too late for regrets. However, on the battlefield, the demon ancestor didn't panic in the slightest in the face of the sudden disappearance of the battle swords. He swept his gaze across the void. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the 99 blood swords stood erect, forming a wall-like sword array in front of him. It immediately divided the battlefield into two. Clang! The moment the sword array appeared, the formless battle swords slammed into the sword array like a tide. Because the void in front had already been sealed by the sword array. If these formless battle swords wanted to kill the demon ancestor, they would first have to break through the sword array. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get close to the demon ancestor. Humph! When the young woman saw this scene, the power of law emerged. Among them, there were 2 ultimate profound of the law and 3 ordinary profound of the law. This was her strength. With this aptitude, she would definitely be considered a monstrous figure in the sky cloud realm. Seeing the young woman's power of law, the older generation figures of the sky cloud realm couldn't help but mutter. Because in the sky cloud realm, young people who could comprehend 2 ultimate profound laws were almost as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. But in the divine kingdom, the young woman's talent was only considered a genius. This point undoubtedly showed the gap between the sky cloud realm and the divine kingdom. However, when everyone looked at the demon ancestor, they found that the demon ancestor still had a calm face without any ripples. Boom! Without any warning. The power of law also emerged from the demon ancestor's body. A total of 5. As soon as these 5 power of law appeared, it directly shocked the entire audience, causing a bigger sensation than the young woman. Because among these 5 laws, there were 3 ultimate profound laws. That's right. 3 ultimate profound laws, one more than the divine kingdom woman's ultimate profound law. They were the devour law, time law, and death law. It can't be! This scene shocked even Frenzy, Longchin, and Yun Xiang. This person actually comprehended 3 ultimate profound laws? One must know. To be able to comprehend 3 ultimate profound laws, not to mention the sky cloud realm, even the young people of the divine kingdom were rare. This was the talent of the possessor of the ultimate profound battle soul. Truly terrifying. But it wasn't over yet. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and ultimate profound laws appeared. 5 ultimate profound laws, all of them had been comprehended. In other words, now, even if the demon ancestor didn't activate the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Despair, his strength had already reached the level of a reclusive old antique. If he activated the 3,000 incarnations and the Eye of Despair, he could definitely sweep away everyone below the ultimate profound laws. Even those who had mastered the ultimate profundities of ultimate laws of nature might be consigned to eternal damnation if they were not careful when facing the evolved Eye of Despair. It seems that besides us, there are still many outstanding people in the sky cloud realm. Longchin chuckled. When Frenzy heard this, he immediately revealed a look of disdain. To be honest, if it wasn't for the ultimate profound inheritance in the sky belled divine treasure, their current strength would probably be similar to the demon ancestor. Therefore, this meant that the demon ancestor's talent wasn't inferior to theirs. How is this possible? 3 ultimate profound laws. More than me! When the young woman saw this scene, her face was filled with disbelief. Although she wasn't as good as people like Jiang Yinshuang, among the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom, she was considered one of the top geniuses. But she didn't expect that. Now, such a young man from a low-level civilization was actually more talented than her. Is the sky cloud realm a place where you people who have no dignity and are willing to be lackeys can behave atrociously? When the demon ancestor's voice fell, the 5 ultimate profound in the sky immediately carried a monstrous divine might and furiously attacked. You are the lackey! The young woman roared. They had humiliated the humans of the divine nations time and time again. If this could be tolerated, what could be tolerated? The 5 ultimate profound in the sky above her also crazily attacked. Boom! In just an instant, the 2 ultimate profound collided. Coupled with the ultimate profound of the sword law and the slaughter law, An apocalyptic might suddenly erupted, crazily surging within the barrier. The demon ancestor had 3 ultimate profound laws, so he naturally had the upper hand. The young woman spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Her entire body was like a meteorite smashing into the ground below. Her entire body was dripping with blood, and she was in an extremely sorry state. Well done. Brother, what is your name? Can you tell us? Otherwise, if we cheer for you, we don't even know what to call you. The demon ancestor had won 2 battles and finally restored everyone's confidence. Each and every one of them seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Demon ancestor. The demon ancestor spoke. What? Demon ancestor? Everyone was stunned. Such a domineering name? But why did it sound a bit like the name of an old antique? Wait. Blood ancestor. Demon ancestor? Could it be that this person who claimed to be the demon ancestor was the younger brother of the blood ancestor? However, they had never heard that the blood ancestor had a younger brother. Demon ancestor. Jiang Yinshuang and Ryuko also stared at the demon ancestor, their eyes flickering. This was obviously a nickname. Moreover, generally, people who had such a nickname were almost all ruthless people. However, why was the man in front of them so unknown in the sky cloud realm? Without allowing them to think carefully, the demon ancestor swept his gaze over the hundreds of thousands of people from the divine kingdom and said, "Next, if you are not confident, you can come together." Together? Everyone's eyes trembled. These were hundreds of thousands of geniuses from the divine kingdom. He actually asked them to come together. What kind of contempt and domineering was this? Were all the possessors of the strongest battle souls so tyrannical? Qin Feiyang was like that. This demon ancestor was also like that. However, the people from the divine kingdom had extremely ugly expressions. Asking them to come together was simply a humiliation to them. A cold light flashed in Jiang Yinshuang's eyes as he looked at the hundreds of thousands of people and said, "Since it is his request, then you might as well fulfill his wish." What? He actually climbed up the ladder and asked them to come together? Jiang Yinshuang, can you be more shameless? These days, when Jiang Qifei was arrogant here, didn't he often say such words? But has anyone from the sky cloud realm ever come together? You can't be so despicable. The creatures of the sky cloud realm immediately began to curse loudly. Chapter 3976. Isn't this what he wants? I'm helping him out of kindness. You should be thanking me, Jiang Yinshuang said indifferently. If he wants it, you'll give it to him? If he wants to sleep with you, are you going to let him sleep with you? A mocking laugh sounded, which was particularly ear-piercing. Everyone present was stunned, including the demon ancestor and madman. These words were too classic. Who was it? How could he say that? Everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a young man in a golden robe standing at the back of the crowd. Who else could it be but the white-eyed wolf? So it's this guy. It really suits his personality. Long Chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. At the same time, Jiang Yinshuang looked at the white-eyed wolf, a cold light flashing in his eyes. This is what you said. Why don't you fulfill his wish and let him sleep with you? The white-eyed wolf grinned, took a step forward, crossed the void, and landed next to Man. Don't go too far. Jiang Yinshuang gritted his teeth. Ryuko smiled and said, Don't be angry. Brother Wolf King is just joking. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He glanced at Ryuko and frowned. Who's your brother? Also, who told you it was a joke? Don't be so smart, okay? It could be said that he didn't show any mercy. The smile on Ryuko's face suddenly froze. This was really choking people to death without paying for it. The creatures around the battlefield all looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Only this wolf cub dared to humiliate Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang so unscrupulously in public. Seeing that the atmosphere wasn't right, the white-eyed wolf suddenly laughed and said, Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's just a joke. But before Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang's expressions eased, the white-eyed wolf changed the topic again. He looked down at the demon ancestor and laughed. Buddy, even if Miss Jiang offers herself to you, I don't think you're interested. The demon ancestor was stunned. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. The speed of his change of face was really faster than flipping a book. Especially with his brain circuit, they couldn't react. Golden Wolf King! Jiang Yinshuang was completely enraged. With a loud roar, she slapped at the ingrate. The ingrate shook his head, but his hands didn't slow down at all. A group of them smashed over. That's enough. Ryuko stopped Jiang Yinshuang and said telepathically, Don't affect our plan. This damn wolf cub, sooner or later I'll skin him and pull out his tendons. Jiang Yinshuang stared at the white-eyed wolf gloomily. His gaze was as if he wanted to eat someone. How could he say that to her in front of everyone? She was a woman. How was she going to face others in the future? The white-eyed wolf ignored Jiang Yinshuang's fierce gaze. He looked down at the demon ancestor and bared his teeth. Don't you feel very proud that I'm here to cheer for you? Get lost! The demon ancestor's face darkened. Could he be more shameless? After so many years, his personality hadn't changed at all. Heartless! So sad! The white-eyed wolf shook his head and sighed. The demon ancestor rolled his eyes. The white-eyed wolf grinned and looked at the hundreds of thousands of people. He urged, Come at me together. Let me see the power of the Eye of Despair. Damn you! He's too arrogant. I can't take it anymore. Brothers, kill him! These people finally couldn't take it anymore. Accompanied by angry roars, the people of the God Clan activated their God Clan mark. Next, profundities of laws appeared out of thin air. There were hundreds of thousands of people. What kind of scene would it be if they activated their profundities of laws together? The demon ancestor was still a little glad that he hadn't activated his 3,000 clones. Because in the face of such a battle, even his 3,000 clones didn't have the ability. Unless he had the Eye of Heaven like Qin Feiyang, he could duplicate the profundities of these people. Retreat! Seeing this, the reclusive old antiques of the various clans hurriedly shouted. Because these people weren't inside the enchantment, if they didn't retreat quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. If we can't deal with this, then can the Eye of Despair still be considered the strongest fighting soul? The white-eyed wolf whispered. The reclusive old antiques of the various clans were purely worrying for nothing. On the battlefield, the demon ancestor turned around and looked at the hundreds of thousands of people. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Just like Jiang Qifei before, the hundreds of thousands of people felt a sense of despair in their hearts. However, it was different from Jiang Qifei. These hundreds of thousands of people didn't instantly fall into the abyss of despair. They could all fight against this feeling of despair. Their profundities of laws didn't dissipate either. What's going on? The Eye of Despair lost its effect? How can this be considered the strongest fighting soul? Seeing this scene, the people of the Sky Cloud Realm couldn't help but frown. The hundreds of thousands of people of the Divine Kingdom sneered. It seemed that the strongest fighting soul was nothing more than this. Even Longqin and Frenzy couldn't help but frown. But there was one person with a hint of playfulness on his face. This person was the white-eyed wolf. This was because he had seen the Blood Ancestor's Eye of Despair in the Great Qin Empire. The fully activated Eye of Despair didn't look like this at all. It seems that the Eye of Despair has a limit. Ryuko chuckled. After all, there are so many people. It's not that easy to make everyone fall into a state of despair. The strongest fighting soul can't be truly invincible. Jiang Yinshuang said faintly. Have you seen the Eye of Despair? The demon ancestor's voice suddenly sounded. Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang frowned. He actually asked them such a childish question? They hadn't seen the Eye of Despair before, but hadn't they seen it now? Did he dare say that he hadn't activated the Eye of Despair? It seems that Ryuko of the Purple Gold Divine Dragon Clan and the Divine Lady of the God Clan are just frogs at the bottom of a well. The demon ancestor smiled disdainfully. His blood-red eyes suddenly emitted wisps of grayish-white divine light. As soon as this grayish-white divine light appeared, even those who weren't targeted by the eye of despair immediately felt a strong sense of despair. This is it. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed. The fully activated eye of despair wasn't blood-red, but grayish-white. Soon, the demon ancestor's pupils completely turned grayish-white, as if there was a purgatory inside. When the demon ancestor swept his gaze across the hundreds of thousands of people, they immediately saw the sky collapse and the world being destroyed. This was an illusion created by despair. All the profundities of the laws also collapsed, falling into the ocean of despair, unable to extricate themselves. Not to mention them, even those who stood behind the demon ancestor with weak minds also fell into the abyss of despair. It was shocking. This was the power of the fully activated eye of despair. With such a fighting soul, who would dare to fight with him? Perhaps even people like Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang couldn't completely get rid of the shackles of despair. But at this moment, a thought arose in the white-eyed wolf's mind. He wondered if he could take away the eye of despair. After so many years, he had taken away countless fighting souls, but he had never taken away the strongest fighting soul. He seemed to be itching for action. If the demon ancestor knew about this thought, he would definitely turn hostile. What kind of person was this? He didn't even let off his own people. Although there was a storm in everyone's heart, aside from the hundreds of thousands of people howling, no one spoke. They all stared at the demon ancestor in shock. This person's degree of terror was definitely not inferior to Qin Feiyang and the others. If he comprehended the strongest profound laws, he would be a real demon ancestor. No matter who saw him, they would have to avoid him. Ryuko came back to his senses and looked at the demon ancestor deeply. He said, "Today, we admit defeat. Let's call it a day." "You admit defeat just like that?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. This was too boring. As expected. He shouldn't have come to join in the fun. Actually, he didn't plan to come, but he had no choice. When he heard that the demon ancestor was going to fight, he came to take a look out of curiosity. No matter how powerful the people from the Divine Kingdom were, they couldn't enter his eyes. But the demon ancestor was different. This was a man who controlled 3,000 incarnations, the strongest fighting soul. He had to have a rough understanding of his strength. "I said, let's call it a day." Seeing that the demon ancestor didn't close the eye of despair, Ryuko raised his eyebrows and shouted. Swoosh! The demon ancestor immediately looked up at Ryuko. The moment his eyes met the grayish-white eyes, Ryuko's mind rumbled. His consciousness was swallowed by despair. He sat on the chair and kept trembling. His face instantly turned ashen white. The demon ancestor is still the demon ancestor! The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Even though the demon ancestor looked calm and collected right now, back in the Great Qin, who could be more ruthless than this fellow? No one. Even Mu Tianyang couldn't be compared to the demon ancestor in terms of ruthlessness. After a while, the demon ancestor's eye of despair finally closed. But no matter if it was Ryuko or the hundreds of thousands of people, they all fell into despair. "Wake up!" Jiang Yinshuang saw the situation and suddenly roared. It was like thunder, ringing in the minds of Ryuko and the hundreds of thousands of people. At that moment, Ryuko quivered, as if he had just woken up from a dream. He looked around in a daze and then remembered what happened before. He immediately lowered his head and looked at the demon ancestor, his eyes filled with fear. At that moment, he had truly experienced the terror of the eye of despair. "Don't talk to me in a commanding tone, and don't tell me what to do, because you don't have the right." The demon ancestor looked at Ryuko indifferently. Ryuko clenched his fists and rays of cold light shot out. "You think you can be lawless just because you have the eye of despair?" However, the demon ancestor didn't say anything else. He turned around and stepped out of the barrier. The people in front of him hurriedly retreated to the side and opened up a path. Then, the fiend ancestor left under everyone's gazes without turning his head back. Powerful! Qin Feiyang, Longchen, Frenzy, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Li Feng, Yun Xiang, Longchen, Masked Shura, and now the demon ancestor, our sky cloud realm still has hope. Countless people muttered in their hearts. Without a doubt, the demon ancestor's battle was another encouragement to everyone. With the power of one person, he crushed hundreds of thousands of geniuses in the divine kingdom. How could this not be exciting? It was no exaggeration to say that this battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history and be passed down through the ages. Chapter 3977. The battle ended. But the shock in everyone's heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. Especially Jiang Qifei and the hundreds of thousands of people from the Divine Kingdom. After getting rid of their despair, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If there were no rules in this friendly competition, if they didn't leave their divine souls in the Divine Kingdom, then this time, they would undoubtedly be wiped out. The Eye of Despair was really a terrifying fighting soul. They had no power to fight back. Let's continue tomorrow. The white-eyed wolf looked at the back of the demon ancestor, and his eyes flashed. He looked at Ryuko and grinned, and then chased after the demon ancestor. Ryuko and Jiang Qifei's faces were ugly. After drinking the last mouthful of wine, Man also stood up and looked at the two. He smiled and said, "I'm afraid the first place of this friendly competition is already in the bag of our sky cloud realm. Tomorrow morning." After saying that, he also chased after the demon ancestor. Hearing Man's words, the two's faces became even uglier. "Thanks for letting us win." Longchen and Jiang Qifei looked at each other and smiled. They also stood up and looked at Ryuko and Jiang Qifei. Then they turned around and left without looking back. Seeing him enter a spirited state, the two of them almost went crazy. "Useless trash, why aren't you leaving?" Ryuko glared at the hundreds of thousands of people and left in a huff. "This debt won't end here. Wait and see." Jiang Yinshuang looked at the backs of Man and the others, and his eyes flashed coldly. Then he turned around and glared at the hundreds of thousands of people and left angrily. "Why are you glaring at us? The opponent has the strongest fighting soul, the Eye of Despair. What can we do?" The hundreds of thousands of people were aggrieved. If the demon ancestor didn't appear, who in the sky cloud realm could be their opponent except for Qin Feiyang and the others? There was nothing they could do about it. The news of the demon ancestor's battle quickly spread to the 4 continents, the forbidden areas, and the sky cloud ocean. "No way! The demon ancestor alone crushed hundreds of thousands of young talents in the Divine Kingdom? Are you kidding me? I saw it with my own eyes. How did he do it? Eye of Despair! The Eye of Despair, one of the 10 strongest fighting souls? Yes. Furthermore, it is the evolved Eye of Despair. That Eye of Despair is truly terrifying. If it were me, I wouldn't even have the courage to face the Demon Alpha." Everyone was talking about it. The Fiend Ancestor, who had never revealed himself, officially entered everyone's line of sight. Of course, there were people who knew of the Fiend Ancestor's existence. For example, Elder Hua, the Alliance Master Yi Tian, and the Master Jura. However, although they knew of the Fiend Ancestor, they did not know much about him. This was because in the Black Tortoise world, the Devil Ancestor, Mu Tianyang, Dong Xingyang, and Mu Qing were rarely in the Devil's Land. Most of them were out training. They didn't interact much. Therefore, Elder Hua and the others were shocked when they heard the news. Sky Cloud Island. Inside the pavilion, the Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the little rabbit gathered together. How satisfying! This Fiend Ancestor is truly an eye-opener. The 10 most powerful fighting souls are indeed extraordinary. It won't be long before another super terrifying figure is born in our sky cloud realm. There is no doubt about it. No one can compete with the Fiend Ancestor for the first place in the friendly competition. The people of the Divine Kingdom still don't know that this Fiend Ancestor has 3,000 incarnations. Once he masters the ultimate esoteric law, his strength will not be weaker than Feiyang and the others. Feather Emperor and the other 2 were overjoyed. The more powerful the sky cloud realm gave birth to, the more hope there would be. Naturally, the pressure they faced would be reduced by a little. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from the mountain below. Following closely, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky above Sky Cloud Island, shocking everyone. What's the situation? Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor were shocked. Whoosh! Azure Dragon and the other two guardian beasts also rushed to the mountain peak and looked up at the sky. They were now living on Sky Cloud Island. Because the Sky Cloud Divine Treasure would open once every 100 years. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Therefore, Little Rabbit simply let them stay on Sky Cloud Island in the future to avoid the trouble of running around. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. This was obviously the phenomenon of the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? Who is going to transcend the tribulation? Is there anyone else in your cultivation cave? Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor looked at Little Rabbit in surprise. Hey! Sure enough, you didn't disappoint Uncle Rabbit. Little Rabbit bared its teeth. What are you talking about? Who didn't disappoint you? Feather Emperor frowned. You will know soon enough. Don't talk nonsense now. Quickly go to Sea Lion Island and get the sovereign divine weapon from the land of burial to help you transcend the tribulation. Little Rabbit urged. Feather Emperor looked at it suspiciously and took out a voice transmission stone to send a message to the god beasts in the land of burial. At the same time, Little Rabbit also notified Sea Lion Emperor and the other beast emperors to send all the sovereign divine weapons of the sea beasts. Shwa! About 10 breaths of time, a snow-white figure rushed out from the mountain below. It was a woman wearing a white dress. Her temperament was outstanding, like a fairy descending, stunning the world. Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor looked at the woman in a daze. Isn't this the Linny that Qin Feiyang is looking for? That's right. This woman is Linny. Although she has been cultivating here all these years, and White-Eyed Wolf, Mermaid Princess, and others have also cultivated here for many years, no one found Linny because of Little Rabbit's deliberate arrangement. So until now, except for Little Rabbit, no one knew the whereabouts of Linny. It's really her. Blood Ancestor looked at Linny. Greets Senior Blood Ancestor, Senior Feather Emperor, and the 4 guardian god beasts. Linny landed beside Little Rabbit and bowed to Feather Emperor and others. Obviously, she had already learned about the existence of Feather Emperor and others from Little Rabbit. Feather Emperor nodded, turned to look at Little Rabbit, and asked, What the hell is going on? You said that she went to the eastern continent. Why did she come out of your cave mansion now? Over the years, Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor occasionally followed Little Rabbit into the cave mansion, but they didn't find Linny. This is to fool Old Third. In fact, this girl has been cultivating beside Uncle Rabbit since she came to the Sky Cloud realm. The Little Rabbit chuckled. What? She has been by his side all the time? None of us found out. Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor looked at each other. There's no other way. You can only blame yourselves for being blind, Little Rabbit said. Get out of here. Let me tell you, if Feiyang knows about this, he will definitely fall out with you. Feather Emperor snorted coldly. Last time, when he heard that Linny might have encountered an accident, Qin Feiyang almost went berserk. Fall out with me? No. He will thank me. If it weren't for Uncle Rabbit's painstaking efforts to cultivate this girl, how could she comprehend the 6 supreme profound meanings so quickly and even the ultimate profound meaning now? Little Rabbit smiled proudly, turned to look at Linny and said, Girl, don't talk nonsense with them. Hurry up and prepare for the tribulation. Okay. Linny nodded, looked up at the sky, and stepped into the sky. Clang! At this time, the divine beasts of the land of the buried gods and the beast emperors of the heavenly cloud sea arrived at the heavenly cloud realm almost at the same time. Tribulation? The group was taken aback. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take out your sovereign divine weapons. If anything happens to this girl, Uncle Rabbit will hold all of you responsible. Little Rabbit yelled. The group came back to their senses and quickly summoned their sovereign divine weapons. And the two of you? Little Rabbit looked at Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor again. The two looked at each other. With a wave of their hand, the green cauldron, vanquishing magic staff, and illusory demon orb appeared. There were a total of 19 sovereign divine weapons. Coupled with the strength of Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, and Little Rabbit, it was not a big problem to deal with the heavenly tribulation of an ordinary law's ultimate profound meaning. On the other side. Land of the buried gods. Old friend, wait. The white-eyed wolf caught up with Demon Ancestor. What's wrong? Demon Ancestor turned and looked at him suspiciously. Are you the only one who came? The white-eyed wolf asked. See for yourself. Demon Ancestor pointed at a mountain peak not far away. There were more than 10 figures standing on the mountain peak. The white-eyed wolf was slightly taken aback. Dong Xingyang, Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, Pei Tiahong, Wang Changyuan, 9 commanders. There were actually so many people? It seemed that little Qin Zi was the reward for the friendly competition. They were determined to get it. The two of them flew to the mountain peak. Frenzy and the other two followed closely behind. Frenzy looked at the group of people suspiciously and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" "Of course, there's a reason." Dong Xingyang smiled. "What's the reason?" Frenzy was curious. Dong Xingyang said, "Do you know why Qin Feiyang asked us to participate in the friendly competition? Is there a need to think about it?" "It's definitely for the reward." Frenzy pouted. "Not entirely." Dong Xingyang shook his head and smiled. "There's another reason, and that is to come here and see if we can meet our old enemies." "I see." Frenzy nodded in realization. Others might not know who Dong Xingyang was talking about. But Frenzy and the others knew. "That's why we're standing here, to prevent our old enemies from discovering us. Because when old enemies meet, they will repel each other. Standing here, we can discover them, but they can't discover us. In this way, they are in the light while we are in the dark. It's much easier to snatch their war souls." Dong Xingyang explained. Long Qian and Yun Xiang looked at each other. As expected of Qin Feiyang's old opponent, he could even think of these details. White-eyed Wolf asked, "Then did you find your old enemies in the crowd before?" "No." Dong Xingyang shook his head. "No?" White-eyed Wolf frowned. "Don't have too much hope for this matter. It's best if you can meet them, but don't force yourself if you can't." Demon Ancestor smiled faintly. "Of course you're not in a hurry. Because your Eye of Despair has evolved. It was so powerful before, fighting against hundreds of thousands of people. But now, we don't even know who our old enemies are, let alone snatching them." Mu Qing coldly snorted. Demon Ancestor shook his head and laughed. Long Chen pondered for a while and smiled. "Actually, as long as we have a clear direction, it's not difficult to find them." "What direction?" Everyone looked at Long Chen. "Those who have the strongest war soul are basically people with extraordinary talent. So your eyes should be on the famous geniuses and monsters in the sky cloud domain and the divine kingdom," Long Chen said. "Makes sense." Everyone nodded. Chapter 3978. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and said, "There are many geniuses in the divine kingdom, but the geniuses in the sky cloud realm can be ignored. We can't ignore them either." Crazy shook his head. "Why?" Pei Tianhong was suspicious. Everyone knew the famous geniuses in the sky cloud realm. For example, Qi Xiaoyun, the first prince of the dragons, Hu Wu, and Yi Tian. Everyone had seen these people before. Apart from the first prince of the dragons and Bing Runing, no one had seen them activate the strongest battle soul. They had never heard of anyone activating the strongest battle soul. Therefore, the remaining strongest battle soul owners shouldn't be in the sky cloud realm. "Why?" Crazy's eyes flickered as he looked at Pei Tianhong and said, "Because we don't have the strongest battle soul. Even if the other party is standing in front of us, we won't know. Bing Runing is a good example. We have always been in contact with her, but no one noticed that the other half of the Eye of Despair was on her. If it wasn't for the fact that Bing Rinning had no choice but to activate the Eye of Despair in the Sky Bell Divine Treasury, no one would know that she was the other half of the Eye of Despair. That makes sense. Pei Tianhong nodded. The 10 most powerful fighting souls will only be able to sense each other's presence when they meet their enemies. Mu Tianyang, Mu Qing, and Dong Xingyang have always been in the Black Tortoise realm. They have never appeared in the Sky Cloud realm, nor have they come in contact with the people of the Sky Cloud realm. If the other party doesn't activate the battle soul, we won't know that this person has the strongest battle soul. Therefore, we can only judge based on the situation of Mu Tianyang and the other two, and not our situation. I'll say something that you don't believe. Perhaps someone we met before had the Eye of Destiny, the all-seeing eye, or the evil eye. It's just that he didn't activate the battle soul, so we didn't know. Crazy chuckled. Everyone nodded. It did make sense. Take Dong Xingyang's Eye of Destiny as an example. Even if the person with the Eye of Destiny was standing in front of them, they wouldn't know. Only Dong Xingyang would have a repulsive reaction when meeting this person. Only then would he know that Huyu Hao possessed the other half of the Eye of Destiny. Therefore, whether it was the Divine Kingdom or the Sky Cloud Realm, anyone that Dong Xingyang and the other two had not seen before could be their mortal enemy. The white-eyed wolf pondered for a moment, then looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and suggested, "How about this, you guys go to the 4 continents and try your luck? That's all we can do for now. If there isn't one in the Sky Cloud Realm, then our old enemy might be in the Divine Kingdom." Dong Xingyang nodded. "Not necessarily. Maybe it's in the Ancient Realm?" Madman snickered. "Ancient World?" The 3 of them were stunned. "Yeah. Although you stayed in the Ancient Realm for a long time, after you entered the Divine Prefecture, you were mostly in the Black Tortoise Realm." Madman smiled mockingly. If their old enemy was really in the Ancient Realm, then it would be fun. Hearing this, Dong Xingyang and the others smiled bitterly. "Don't think so much. After we search the Sky Cloud Realm, if we don't find anything, we will discuss it again. In short, no matter how difficult it is, we will do our best to help you find your other half." Long Chen smiled slightly. "So kind?" Madman was stunned, looked at Long Chen suspiciously, and asked, "Do you have any intentions?" Long Chen's face suddenly darkened, and he said angrily, "Can't there be more trust between people? Okay. It's my fault. Madman waved his hand. Qin Batian, Eye of Reincarnation. Lu Xingyang, Eye of Destruction. Lin Yi, Eye of Oblivion. Mermaid Princess, Eye of Life. In addition, Eye of Heaven, Eye of Despair, Eye of Destiny, Eye of Evil, and Eye of Heaven. If they can all evolve, then the strength of our Sky Cloud Realm can compete with the Divine Kingdom." Long Chen's eyes lit up. "You know so much about us. You know us quite well." Madman was stunned. Long Chen smiled faintly. "Not only do I know these, but I also know who has the Eye of Nothingness. Qin Feiyang's cousin, Lu Jiajing." "How do you know?" Madman was surprised. "Are you stupid? Ice Dragon and Small Beast know about this. As Ice Dragon's son, how can he not know?" White-Eyed Wolf couldn't help but roll his eyes at Madman. "That's true." Madman smiled suddenly. "But—" White-Eyed Wolf frowned slightly, turned to look at Long Chen, and asked, "I heard from Little Qinzi that your father and Small Beast told him that the inner demons and Big Cousin are not dead. Is this true? How do I know whether they are dead or not? Even the matter of father and the others going to find Qin Feiyang was something that Qin Feiyang told me of his own accord." Long Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Because of this, he still had complaints in his heart. Then they better not be dead. Otherwise, Little Qinzi will settle this account with your father sooner or later. White-Eyed Wolf sneered. "I don't want to care about their business." Long Chen shook his head. "You're quite relaxed. There's one more thing. Dong Xingyang, you said that this world would experience a catastrophe in the future, and at that time, the owners of the 10 strongest war souls would need to work together. What is the catastrophe you mentioned?" White-Eyed Wolf frowned. "I didn't see it clearly. However, this catastrophe definitely exists. Maybe the fuse of this catastrophe is the divine kingdom. Dong Xingyang looked at the sky above the core area, his eyes full of worry. The divine kingdom. When everyone heard this, they also looked up at the sky above the core area. They hoped that this catastrophe would never appear. The core area. Damn it, damn it! At the top of the mountain, Ryuko stood in the courtyard, his face full of anger. Previously on the battlefield, he had been suppressing himself. After all, there were so many people watching. They couldn't afford to lose if they talked behind their backs. But now, when they returned to the camp, they couldn't control their anger and vented it. Their original plan was to use this friendly match to achieve some goals. As for the reward, they never thought that the Sky Cloud Realm had the ability to snatch it. But they didn't expect that a demon ancestor would suddenly jump out and defeat hundreds of thousands of young heaven's prides with just a pair of eyes of despair. Hundreds of thousands of people couldn't withstand a single blow. Jiang Qifei and the others can't be blamed. After all, it's the eyes of despair. Jiang Yinshuang sighed. Not to mention Jiang Qifei and the others, even she and Ryuko didn't dare to underestimate the fully evolved eyes of despair. Then what should we do now? Are we really going to let the demon ancestor get the first place? You have to know that he already has the complete eyes of despair. If we let him get the ultimate inheritance of the strongest law, then even we will be threatened, Ryuko said in a deep voice. Not only us, but the entire divine kingdom. Once the possessor of the strongest fighting soul fully matures, even the divine king, the monarch, and the human race will have to be wary. Qin Feiyang is the best example. But the most outrageous ones are Long Qin, Golden Wing Wolf King, and Man Nmo. Their fighting souls are not the top 10 strongest fighting souls at all. Why do they have such heaven-defying abilities? Our divine kingdom has never given birth to such a fighting soul. Jiang Yinshuang frowned. This was really puzzling. Regardless of this, Qin Feiyang and the others have already matured. It will be difficult to get rid of them, but the demon ancestor must be killed in the cradle now. Ryuko's murderous intent rose. What do you want to do? Jiang Yinshuang asked. Immediately send someone to investigate his whereabouts. As long as he is separated from Long Chen and the others, that will be the time for us to act. Ryuko smiled coldly. What? You want to act personally? Jiang Yinshuang was shocked. Not only me, but you too. This time, we have to work together. In short, we can't give him any chance to escape, Ryuko said. Jiang Yinshuang pondered for a while and nodded. All right, I will send someone to investigate. Don't let the people of the god race go. Let the people of the divine kingdom go, Ryuko reminded. I know. Jiang Yinshuang nodded. The people of the god race all had the mark of the god race. As long as they appeared in front of others, they would immediately be recognized. But the people of the divine kingdom were different. The people of the divine kingdom and the people of the sky cloud realm were no different. Just slightly change their appearance and pretend to be a human of the sky cloud realm. As long as they didn't expose their identity, no one would be able to tell. The next day, the friendly competition continued. But the demon ancestor didn't appear again. Because he was already invincible. If he appeared, no one in the divine kingdom would dare to fight. And the man and the others also meant to let the demon ancestor accompany Mu Tianyan and the other two to the 4 continents to find their old enemies. At the same time, they could also experience the scenery of the sky cloud realm. After all, they had been in the sky cloud realm for so many years and had always been cultivating in the black tortoise realm. Moreover, they also wanted to give Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the other creatures of the sky cloud realm a chance to train. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the other 10 great commanders had already fought, and also displayed amazing strength. Each one of them grasped the 6th supreme profound. Moreover, for example, Pei Tianhong once grasped the strongest law, the time law. But after these years of bitter cultivation in the Black Tortoise Realm and Sky Cloud Island, he comprehended another strongest law, the destruction law. Moreover, this destruction law had also been raised to the level of the supreme profound. And then there was Wang Changyuan. He didn't even have a single supreme law. Furthermore, he had only grasped a single profundity, the law of lightning's paramount profundity. As for the other 5 laws, he had only reached the 5th profundity. But now, not only did he raise all the laws to the level of the supreme profound, he also comprehended the strongest law, the devouring law. And he had also comprehended the supreme profound. The other 9 great commanders, compared to when they were in the blood hall, had also undergone earth-shaking changes. This was the benefit of opening the door of potential. If they didn't open the door of potential, then even if they had the law miniature, it would be impossible for them to grow so fast. In short, now, they had already become existences on the same level as the patriarchs of the 3 major races. Immortal God of War will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements in the site. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. Chapter 3979. Becoming an existence at the level of the patriarchs of the 3 major races. For this point, if it was before, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. Because for them, the patriarchs and elders of the 3 major races were godlike existences. Even before Qin Feiyang and the others entered the sky cloud realm, they didn't know of the existence of the 3 major races. But now, not only did they catch up to the patriarchs and elders of the 3 major races, they were even confident that they would soon surpass these people and catch up to the reclusive elders of the various races. This confidence was naturally brought to them by Qin Feiyang. Now, every time they recalled the scene when they were forced to submit to Qin Feiyang, they couldn't help but feel emotional. Fortunately, at that time, they were sensible. Otherwise, they would already be wandering ghosts, not to mention surpassing the patriarchs and elders of the 3 major races. Because of this, facing the humans of the Divine Kingdom, as long as the other party didn't have an ultimate esoteric, they had the power to fight. But if there was an ultimate esoteric, it would be a different story. They were more tactful. When encountering a genius of the Divine Kingdom with an ultimate esoteric, they would take the initiative to admit defeat to avoid being humiliated by the other party. Because they could see that after being humiliated by the demon ancestor, the hundreds of thousands of people of the Divine Kingdom were suppressing anger in their hearts. If they didn't adapt to the situation, they would definitely become their punching bag. As for after admitting defeat, they didn't say that they couldn't participate in the friendly competition. As long as they had the courage, they could enter the battlefield again at any time to wash away their previous shame. With each battle, Pei Tianhong and the others' understanding of the laws was also improving. Although looking for a breakthrough in battle was a very dangerous move, the harvest was also great. The reason why they did this was because they were influenced by Qin Feiyang and the Man. Because Qin Feiyang and the Man often did this kind of thing, first forcing themselves into a desperate situation, and then looking for an opportunity to break through in the desperate situation. On this day, Pei Tianhong fought for the 3rd time. Before entering the battlefield, his hands were tightly clenched together, and his eyes were filled with a determined light. Wang Changyuan and the others by the side noticed Pei Tianhong's abnormality, and there was a trace of suspicion on their faces. Just as Pei Tianhong entered the battlefield, a young woman of the God race also stepped into the battlefield. God race! Wang Changyuan was shocked. Even if the people of the God race did not grasp the ultimate profound, they were still not people that Pei Tianhong could defeat. Don't worry, old Pei will definitely admit defeat. The 2nd commander of the Dark Guards consoled him. Not only the 2nd commander, but the other commanders also thought the same. But this time, Pei Tianhong did not retreat. Facing the God race woman, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. What's the situation? He actually didn't admit defeat? Even Man and the other 2 couldn't help but feel confused. This didn't seem like Pei Tianhong's style. Because these days, whenever he encountered an undefeatable opponent, he would take the initiative to admit defeat. But why was he so abnormal today? Boom! The battle was about to begin. It was true that the God Clan woman had not grasped the ultimate profound. Moreover, he had only grasped one ultimate law. The other 5 laws were all ordinary laws. In terms of strength, Pei Tianhong was above her. After all, Pei Tianhong had grasped 2 supreme laws. But this God Race woman relied on the God Race's God Race art to suppress Pei Tianhong. In less than a dozen rounds, Pei Tianhong was covered in blood, looking extremely miserable. But he had yet to admit defeat. He was as strong as a cockroach. After being beaten down by the God Race woman, he stubbornly stood up. What is he trying to do? Wang Qingyuan clenched his fists. Wasn't this courting death? Although Wang Qingyuan was once Pei Tianhong's subordinate in the Blood Hall, because Wang Qingyuan was the Dark Guard's commander of the Blood Hall, after all these years by Qin Feiyang's side, the two had long broken away from this relationship and became very close friends. Therefore, at this moment, looking at Pei Tianhong's situation, he was extremely worried. Should we help him admit defeat? Yun Xiang asked secretly, his brows tightly knitted together. Although with Pei Tianhong's current strength, he could not help them much, but in the past, Pei Tianhong had fought together with Qin Feiyang and made great contributions. He also understood Qin Feiyang's personality. As long as it was someone who followed him, regardless of their future strength, Qin Feiyang would not give up on them. Just like Pei Tianhong. Not to mention that Pei Tianhong's strength was slowly growing. Even if Pei Tianhong was useless in the future, Qin Feiyang wouldn't abandon him. Therefore, looking at Pei Tianhong's current situation, he could not help but be worried. If Pei Tianhong was here and something happened to him, how would he explain it to Qin Feiyang? Hearsay. Frenzy and Longchen stared at Pei Tianhong, their eyes flashing. Now don't stop him. Suddenly, Frenzy seemed to have noticed something and waved his hand with a smile. That's right. If we interfere now, we will only harm him. Longchen nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Yun Xiang's eyes were even more confused, but when he carefully observed Pei Tianhong for a moment, his eyes suddenly revealed a look of realization. So that was it. You are making me very annoyed. If you know you can't win, hurry up and admit defeat. The God Race woman was extremely annoyed. If it wasn't for the restriction of not harming the other party's life, she would have killed him with one palm. But Pei Tianhong turned a deaf ear to this. Even though he was covered in blood, he did not retreat half a step. And at this moment, his expression was unimaginably calm, as if he was not involved in this matter. What was even stranger was, he did not activate any other law profound meanings. Now, he activated one law, which was the slaughter law. From the first profound meaning to the 5th profound meaning, then to the highest profound meaning, it was an endless cycle. Strange. His expression is too calm. Why do I feel that at this moment, he doesn't seem to be fighting with anyone? Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang also gradually noticed Pei Tianhong's abnormality. Suddenly, their eyes trembled. Looking at the God Race woman, they shouted in unison. Hurry up and admit defeat. What? You want me to admit defeat? The God Race woman was shocked. Everyone outside the battlefield was also bewildered, seriously doubting if they had heard wrongly. Because this woman clearly had the upper hand in this situation. Frenzy raised his eyebrows. Looking at Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang, he said, "This is no fun." Ryuko snorted from his nose, staring at the God Race woman on the battlefield. He said angrily, "Do you want me to say it a second time?" Seeing Ryuko angry, the God Race woman unwillingly stopped. But the profound meanings of the laws did not dissipate. The other party was clearly at a disadvantage. Why should she admit defeat? Fine. Yo Ryuko, I don't dare to go against you. I admit defeat. But even if I admit defeat, I have to make this person pay the price. As killing intent flashed in the God Race woman's eyes, the profound meanings of the laws immediately attacked Pei Tianhong with terrifying might. This attack was enough to be fatal. The hearts of Wang Changyuan and the others instantly rose to their throats. If not for the rules not allowing a third party to interfere, they would definitely immediately charge into the battlefield. Seeing that Pei Tianhong was about to be drowned by the profound meanings of the laws, boom! But at this moment, A shocking killing intent roared out from Pei Tianhong's body. Following closely, a wave of blood rolled out. The battlefield instantly turned into a sea of blood, killing intent drowning in all directions. This is... Wang Changyuan and the others who were originally worried had a trace of shock on their faces. But very quickly, this shock was replaced by ecstasy. Because this was the ultimate profound of the slaughter law, killing prison. Clang! Following the appearance of killing prison, blood swords dripping with blood appeared in the void behind Pei Tianhong, emitting a sharp aura that could destroy the world. Boom! As these blood swords attacked, the God Race woman's profound meanings shattered on the spot. So this is the reason why I admit defeat, the God Race woman muttered. She finally understood what Ryuko and Jian Yinchuang meant. They saw that Pei Tianhong was using the pressure she brought to comprehend the ultimate profound of the slaughter law. Making her admit defeat was the same as stopping Pei Tianhong. Because as long as she admitted defeat and stopped fighting, Pei Tianhong's comprehension would be interrupted midway. Unfortunately, she did not understand. In the end, her so-called fatal blow had undoubtedly fulfilled Pei Tianhong's wish. Boom! Above the land of buried gods, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavenly tribulation descended. Many thanks. Longchen stood up, looked at Ryuko and Jian Yinchuang, smiled, and waved his hand. The heavenly god sword appeared. Its godly aura instantly exploded, blocking the sky above the barrier. Seeing this, frenzied, white-eyed wolf, and Yunxiang also took out the yin-yang mirror, the ghost divine king, and the crimson dragon shield to help Pei Tianhong pass through the tribulation. Seeing this, Ryuko and Jian Yinchuang's expressions were extremely dark, and they glared fiercely at the God Race woman. The God Race woman lowered her head, her expression extremely terrified. If not for her final attack, Pei Tianhong would not have been able to comprehend the slaughter law's ultimate profound so easily. With Ryuko and goddess personality, they would not let her go so easily. What are you still standing there for? Get out of the battlefield! Jian Yinchuang shouted angrily. The God Race woman's body trembled. She looked at Pei Tianhong with hatred and flew out of the battlefield. Get back to the divine kingdom! I don't need people who don't listen to orders, Ryuko said gloomily, not giving this God Race woman any face. It could be seen how angry he was now. Yes, the God Race woman replied respectfully, and then with a face full of hatred, she flew towards the core area. Kacha! At this time, the first tribulation descended. Even if it was an ordinary law's ultimate heavenly tribulation, it still brought great pressure to the heavenly god sword. But it did not matter. Because there was still the yin-yang mirror, the ghost divine king, and the crimson dragon shield. Frenzied, Yunxiang, white-eyed wolf, and Longchen were not weak themselves. Frenzied looked at Pei Tianhong, then at Wang Changyuan and the others, and shook his head. Looks like I have to work harder, or else it would be too embarrassing if these guys catch up. Actually, we don't need to keep watch here. One person is enough, the others go cultivate, Longchen said. Then who is left? Frenzied asked. Don't look at me, I'm not interested. White-eyed wolf waved his hand. Actually, even without the white-eyed wolf's words, Longchen and Frenzied would have directly ignored the white-eyed wolf. Because with the white-eyed wolf's personality, if they left him here alone, who knew what kind of trouble he would cause? In short, the two of them did not consider the white-eyed wolf at all. Even if the white-eyed wolf was willing to stay, they would not be at ease. So this burden naturally fell on Yunxiang's shoulders. Chapter 3980. Can I say no? Yunxiang looked at the two of them. No. Who asked the princess of the divine kingdom to give you such a great opportunity? Now in our sky cloud realm, you are the undisputed number one. The madman smiled. Yes. Since you are the number one, you naturally have to shoulder the corresponding responsibility. Longchen nodded. Can I be considered the number one? Yunxiang's face was full of helplessness. In terms of the ultimate profound, he indeed surpassed everyone. After all, He now had 4 ultimate profound laws in his hands. But in terms of means, he couldn't compare to the Man, Long Chin, and White-Eyed Wolf. Including Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang, they could easily defeat him. Being humble is a good thing. But being too humble is arrogant. The Man grinned and looked down at Pei Tianhong. There was a trace of relief in his eyes. To be able to find an opportunity to break through in battle, this was enough to prove Pei Tianhong's potential. Pei Tianhong's breakthrough was also a great improvement for the Black Tortoise realm. Because so far, other than the demon ancestor and the others, Pei Tianhong was the first person to comprehend the ultimate profound. Why exclude the demon ancestor and the others? Because they were ultimately outsiders. They might fall out with them one day. Even if they didn't, they would leave sooner or later. But Pei Tianhong was different. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others were tied to them forever. They were bound together for good or ill. So, compared to the demon ancestor and the others becoming stronger, he hoped to see Pei Tianhong and the others become stronger. It was also at this time. Jiang Yunshuang's eyes flashed. He turned to look at Ryuko and transmitted his voice. "Follow me." "What?" Ryuko was suspicious. "There should be news coming back." Jiang Yunshuang turned and flew into the sky. When Ryuko heard this, he looked at the Man and the others. He sneered inwardly and quickly chased after them. "Where are they going?" Yun Xiang looked at the backs of the two in confusion. "He must be angry and wants to find a place to calm down." Man's face was full of ridicule. In the distance, Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang landed on a mountaintop. Jiang Yunshuang immediately took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. The Divine Sound Transmission Stone was constantly vibrating and emitting a hazy divine light. 1. As the Divine Sound Transmission Stone awakened, a black-robed young man appeared. "How did it go?" Jiang Yunshuang asked immediately. "We've already found their whereabouts." The black-clothed young man nodded. "Where?" When Ryuko heard this, he couldn't wait any longer. "Northern continent. In a city called Xianshan City. However, it's not just the demonic ancestor alone. There are 3 others. And they are all unfamiliar faces that I've never seen before." The black-clothed youth frowned. "An unfamiliar face?" Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang were stunned. We've secretly investigated. These 3 people are the same as the original demonic ancestor. There's no news about them in the Sky Cloud realm. The black-clothed youth said. "No way. Could it be another 3 Loki terrifying heaven's prides?" Jiang Yunshuang was surprised. "I don't know." The black-clothed youth shook his head and continued. "As for their strength, I didn't dare to alert them and didn't test them, so I'm not sure. It's fine as long as you didn't alert them." Ryuko nodded, pondered for a while, and asked, "What about the other things I asked you to investigate?" "We've already investigated them. Half a year ago, the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure opened in the Sky Cloud realm, and people from all races went there to gain experience. That's why Long Chen didn't let us enter the Sky Cloud realm. They're worried that we'll ruin the training they've organized this time around." The black-clothed youth explained. Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure. A trace of curiosity appeared in Jiang Yunshuang's eyes as he asked. "Since it's called a divine treasure, there should be a lot of divine items, right?" "There are indeed a lot of divine items. According to our inquiry, the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure has law miniatures, law inheritances, various divine weapons, and divine arts. It's said that the law miniatures of the Heavenly Cloud Divine Treasure were created by Qin Feiyang alone. Other things like law inheritances, divine weapons, and divine arts were created by various forces in the Sky Cloud realm." The black-clothed youth said. His inquiry was very clear. "Law inheritances?" Ryuko frowned. "Don't misunderstand. Their law legacies aren't ultimate profound legacies. They're just pure law legacies." The black-clothed youth smiled. "The law inheritances? Can this be considered a divine treasure? Do they have some misunderstanding about the term divine treasure?" When Ryuko heard this, a trace of disdain crept up on his face. Although the law miniatures and the law inheritances are very common in our divine kingdom, they are extremely rare in the sky cloud realm. For them, this is a divine treasure. Perhaps this is the sorrow of an inferior civilization. The black-clothed youth shook his head and smiled. Anyway, they are a group of country bumpkins who have never seen the world. Ryuko disdainfully asked, "What about Qin Feiyang?" "We didn't find out about Qin Feiyang's current whereabouts." The black-clothed youth shook his head. "What? You didn't find out? He is such a famous person. How can you not find out?" Ryuko raised his eyebrows. "Indeed, we couldn't find out. In the past half a month, we have been monitoring people who have a good relationship with Qin Feiyang. But listening to their conversations, no one knows where Qin Feiyang is at this moment. And no one knows what he is doing. It seems..." The black-clothed youth couldn't help but frown when he said this. "Seems what?" Ryuko asked. "Vanishing from the world." The black-clothed youth took a deep breath and said, "How can he vanish from the world? He must be hiding somewhere to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death." Ryuko clenched his fists. Ever since he saw Qin Feiyang comprehend the law of life and death, his heart couldn't calm down for a day. As a direct descendant of the purple-gold divine dragon clan, he had the purest purple-gold dragon blood. Even he couldn't comprehend the law of life and death. How could Qin Feiyang comprehend it? Although Qin Feiyang also had purple-gold dragon blood, could it be compared to him? And he already knew that when the king came to save them, he had talked to Qin Feiyang in advance and wanted Qin Feiyang to join the purple-gold divine dragon clan. A puny human being was actually invited by the king to join the purple-gold divine dragon clan? What a preposterous thing this was! But at the same time, it also showed that the king attached great importance to Qin Feiyang. So, his jealousy of Qin Feiyang grew stronger and stronger. The black-clothed youth looked at Ryuko's increasingly ferocious expression and said carefully, "We really did our best. Please forgive us, Ryuko. Don't talk nonsense with me. From now on, the people you send out don't go back for the time being. Do your best to investigate Qin Feiyang's whereabouts. No matter what, you have to find him for me. I absolutely won't allow him to comprehend the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death." Ryuko clenched his fists, his expression extremely gloomy. "Yes." The black-clothed youth respectfully replied. Jiang Yunshuang looked at Ryuko and asked, "Then when are we going to kill the demon ancestor?" "Of course, now. Pei Tianhong is undergoing the tribulation. Long Chun and the others have to stay on the battlefield to help him. They can help us restrain them. So now is the best opportunity." Ryuko sneered, looked at the black-clothed youth, and said, "Give us the coordinates, we'll go right away." "Okay." The black-clothed youth nodded. Northern continent. Qianshan City. This city was very small. Just like East Mountain City and Tiafeng City in the eastern continent, there were only a few million people living there. Such a city, in the great Qin Empire or the ancient realm, would definitely be extremely prosperous. However, in the sky cloud realm, it was really nothing. At this moment, on the street, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. Four young men walked on the street, looking around. Their faces were filled with anticipation and shock. They were the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang Dong Jingyang and Mu Qing. They were looking forward to meeting their old enemy as soon as possible. This way, the battle soul could complete its evolution. Every kind of fighting soul had a kind of nature-defying instinct. For example, the eye of destiny, peeking into fate and predicting the future. The eye of heaven, seeing through the origin of the world, peeking into all things in the world. The eye of evil, controlling the 7 emotions and 6 desires of living beings, turning them into a sharp blade in the hand. Whether it was a human or a beast, they all had 7 emotions and 6 desires. In other words, all living beings in the world were under the control of the eye of evil. In short, as long as their battle soul could evolve, it would be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. They would soar into the sky, and no one would be able to stop their advancement. As for the reason for their shock, it was because of their understanding of the sky cloud realm in the past half a month. These years in the Black Tortoise realm, they had devoted themselves to cultivation and were completely uninterested in the situation of the sky cloud realm. As a result, they knew nothing about the sky cloud realm. The humans and beasts they saw along the way had terrifying cultivation bases. Even in the Thousand Mountain City, one of the smallest cities in the northern continent, the average cultivation base was at the undead realm. Any one of the living beings here would have the power to rule the ancient world. Sure enough, there would always be a higher mountain. It turned out that when they were in the Great Qin Empire, they felt that the living beings on the first and second level of the divine ruins were terrifying and regarded as forbidden areas. When they entered the divine ruins and learned about the existence of the ancient realm, they felt that the ancient realm was a place that people looked up to. However, when they came to the sky cloud realm, they realized that the ancient realm was only SOSO. The strength of the sky cloud realm was already terrifying enough. However, now, there was a divine kingdom that was even more terrifying than the sky cloud realm. This made them wonder if there was a stronger existence above the divine kingdom. There's a restaurant up ahead. Let's go and have a seat. The few of them passed by a crossroad, and the demon ancestors saw a restaurant called Heavenly Joy Restaurant on the right side of the street. Heavenly Joy Restaurant was naturally the property of the Yueqing. However, the demon ancestor and the others didn't know because they had never seen the Yueqing before. The four of them walked over and were about to enter Heavenly Joy Restaurant, but Mu Tianyang suddenly frowned and turned to look at the street behind him. On the street, people came and went, and it was very lively. At first glance, there was nothing strange about it, but Mu Tianyang could feel a faint murderous intent. You finally found out, Dong Jingyang said inwardly. You found out long ago? Mu Tianyang was slightly stunned and frowned. And before we even entered Thousand Mountain City, I already knew that someone was following us. Chapter 3981. In front of the stall, there was a 1-meter-long wooden table covered with a layer of red cloth. Jade slips of different colors were placed on it. These jade slips were all deity arts. At that moment, there was a black-clothed youth with his side facing the fiend ancestor and company. He looked unremarkable as he stood in front of the stall and sized up the jade slips on the table. This black-clothed youth was the one who sent the message to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Little brother, look around. If you see anything you like, this old man will give you a 20% discount. The stall owner was also a skinny old man. He looked at the black-clothed youth and bared his teeth. Is that so? The black-clothed youth smiled disapprovingly. These deity arts were not even considered trash in the divine kingdom. He actually had the nerve to put them up for sale. Of course. Go and ask around. Who in Thousand Mountain City doesn't know that I have always been honest when doing business? The old man patted his chest and made a solemn vow. But when the stall owners heard the old man's words, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. The black-clothed youth smiled faintly. While observing the demon ancestor and the others, he pretended to bargain with the old man. Your disguise is quite good. Dong Jingyang snickered. Since you already knew, why didn't you tell us? Mu Qing frowned. I just want to see how alert you are. All these years in the Black Tortoise realm, I was worried that your alertness would deteriorate. Dong Jingyang thought. The demon ancestor and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. But then again, who would follow us? Mu Qing frowned. Mu Tianyang pondered for a while and said, The demon ancestor's name has spread throughout the sky cloud realm. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to follow us. You mean this person is from the 3 major races? Mu Qing asked. No. People from the 3 major races, or even the entire sky cloud realm, have no need to follow us. Because now, we are not enemies with them. Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. He glanced at the demon ancestor and said meaningfully, This person should be coming for you. Not necessarily. The fiend ancestor shook his head. Save it. As expected, this person must be from the divine kingdom. The people of the divine kingdom don't know us at all, So the only person they're following is you. In other words, you've already attracted the attention of Ryuko and Jian Yinchuang. Mu Tianyang smiled mockingly. The fiend ancestor sighed helplessly. If he had known, he would have changed his appearance. Then what are they trying to do? Mu Qing was doubtful. Two possibilities. The first one took a fancy to the devil ancestor's strength and wanted to bribe him. The second possibility. Mu Tianyang inadvertently glanced at the black-clothed youth. He looked at Mu Qing and transmitted his voice. Kill the demon ancestor. Mu Qing was shocked. We have no contact with the divine kingdom at all. There are only two possibilities. But in comparison, I'm leaning towards the latter. Dong Jingyang analyzed. What do you mean? Mu Qing was puzzled. Dong Jingyang smiled and said, If the divine kingdom is here to bribe the demon ancestor, they don't have to follow us stealthily. They can just show up and talk to us directly. Hearing this, Mu Qing secretly smiled and said, Then let's part ways with the demon ancestor now, lest we get hurt accidentally. Sorry, it's too late. You've been with me all this time. How can the other party not notice you? The demon ancestor looked at the three of them gloatingly. You're still gloating? Mu Tianyang's face darkened and he said angrily, Hurry up and think of a way to deal with this. If we didn't find out that he was following us, it would naturally be difficult to deal with. But now we've found out. Since we've found out, isn't it easy to get rid of him? The demon ancestor smiled confidently, not taking it to heart at all. Hearing this, Dong Jingyang and Mu Tianyang looked at each other with a smile at the corner of their mouths. In the blink of an eye. At this moment, a waiter in the Tianyue restaurant discovered the demon ancestor and recognized him at a glance. At first, he thought he was seeing things. Why would such an unparalleled big shot come to a small city like Qianshan City? But when he rubbed his eyes hard and looked at the demon ancestor again, he realized that it was really him. He immediately ran out excitedly and bowed. I'm Li Si. Greetings, Lord Demon Ancestor. The demon ancestor was stunned and looked at Li Si suspiciously. I'm a waiter in the Tianwei restaurant. I've long heard of your deeds. I didn't expect to see you with my own eyes today. I'm really lucky. Li Si was still a young man. Looking at the demon ancestor who defeated hundreds of thousands of divine kingdoms' geniuses by himself, his face was full of admiration. The demon ancestor laughed and waved his hand. I'm not a big shot. You don't have to be so polite. You're too good at joking. If you're not a big shot, then who is? Li Si shook his head and smiled. He looked at the four of them and asked, Are the four of you going to eat? Yes, we're going to sit. The demon ancestor nodded. Then, please come in. Li Si quickly retreated to the side. The demon ancestor pondered for a moment and smiled. I suddenly remembered that I have something to take care of. I'll come back another day. If the people from the divine kingdom were really here to kill him, then he might implicate the Tianwei restaurant if he openly entered it now. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment appeared on Li Si's face. However, he didn't dare to force the demon ancestor to stay. He smiled obsequiously and said, All right. If you come to Qianshan City again in the future, you must come to the Tianwei restaurant. All right. The demon ancestor nodded and looked at Mu Tianyang and the other two. He then looked at Li Si and said, However, I hope you can help me with something. What is it? Li Si asked, overwhelmed by the favor. The demon ancestor turned sideways and used his body as a hand to point at the black-clothed youth. Li Si looked over. Don't look at me so openly. The demon ancestor was immediately on alert. Li Si was shocked and immediately retracted his gaze. He glanced at the black-clothed youth from the corner of his eyes. This person has some ill intentions towards me. Later the demon ancestor secretly instructed. Leave it to me. After Li Si heard this, he immediately patted his chest and said, Thank you. The demon ancestor said gratefully and gave a look to Mu Tianyang and the other two. Then, the four of them turned around and left as if nothing had happened. 3 lackeys, and their auras aren't weak. As expected of a big shot. Just as the four of them turned around, Li Si muttered something that almost made Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang go berserk. He actually said that they were the demon ancestors' lackeys? What eyesight! Have you ever seen lackeys with such outstanding temperaments? At the same time, when the black-clothed youth saw the four of them leave, he immediately put down the jade slip in his hand and chased after them. Little brother, what's the meaning of this? After looking at it for so long, you actually don't want it. Aren't you wasting my time? No, you have to buy a jade slip today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. The old stall owner reacted quickly and grabbed the black-clothed youth. I don't need it. The black-clothed youth shook off the old man forcefully. If you don't need it, what are you looking at here for? Are you messing with this old man? The old man grabbed the black-clothed youth again and refused to let go no matter what. Seeing that the demon ancestor and the other three were about to disappear at the end of the street, the black-clothed youth was extremely anxious. He took out a large pile of soul stones and threw them on the ground. Then, he shook off the old man and sped away like lightning. At the entrance of Tianwei restaurant, Li Si had been shouting outside to solicit customers and had been paying attention to the black-clothed youth. When he saw the black-clothed youth running over, a trace of amusement appeared in his eyes. He secretly took out a jade bottle, and when the black-clothed youth ran in front of him, he bumped into him. The black-clothed youth was caught off guard and immediately staggered, falling flat on his face. Li Si also let out a miserable cry as he pressed down on the black-clothed youth's back. The jade bottle in his hand shattered on the spot. Scram! The black-clothed youth only had eyes for the demon ancestor and the other three as he immediately roared. Li Si got up. The black-clothed youth stood up as well and glared at Li Si. He was about to continue chasing after the demon ancestor and the other three. But suddenly, Li Si grabbed the black-clothed youth and said angrily, "You want to leave after bumping into someone?" "I bumped into someone?" The black-clothed youth was stunned. He was so angry that he laughed. This person clearly didn't have eyes and ran over to bump into him, but in the end, he was the one who made the accusation. But now, he really wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense with Li Si. He threw down a pile of soul stones and was about to leave. Because now, the demon ancestor and the other three had already turned into another street and disappeared. If he didn't follow them, he would definitely lose them. "You're not allowed to leave!" Li Si grabbed the black-clothed youth tightly and shouted at the top of his voice. "Everyone, come and judge! This person bumped into me and even broke my treasure bottle. But now, he doesn't even have a word of apology." After he shouted, the people on the street immediately surrounded him. "Are you done yet? Didn't I already give you the soul stones as compensation?" the black-clothed youth said angrily. It could be said that he was burning with anxiety. "My jade bottle is a priceless treasure. You want to use these few soul stones to send me away? Dream on!" Li Si roared. Li Si, what treasure can you have? Don't be blackmailing us. You have to know that you're now a waiter of Tianwei restaurant. If you blackmail us here, it will affect Tianwei restaurant's reputation." The onlookers were customers who heard the commotion in the restaurant and ran out to watch the show. There were also the peddlers on the surrounding streets. They often interacted with Li Si, so they naturally knew about Li Si's family background. "I'm blackmailing you? Are you all blind? Can't you see that my treasure bottle is in such a state?" Li Si pointed at the fragments on the ground. Everyone had long seen the fragments. Judging from the luster, it was simply an ordinary jade bottle. Priceless treasure? How dare he say that? At this moment, 4 middle-aged men walked over, squeezed through the crowd and came to Li Si's side. These 4 people were all pot-bellied and looked like nouveau riche at first glance. However, there was a glimmer in their eyes. They were none other than the demon ancestor and the other 3 who had returned. Originally, with Li Si helping to hold back the black-clothed youth, they wanted to leave and not cause trouble. But thinking back, even the divine kingdom wanted to harm them. Why should they be polite? If they did not teach these people a lesson, they would think that they were easy to bully. "Everyone, be quiet. I'm a jade merchant. I can tell the benefits of jade at a glance. Let me take a look. Mu Qing walked to the fragments on the ground with her potbelly. She casually picked up a fragment and looked at it carefully. The black-clothed youth was extremely anxious. His gaze would occasionally look at the end of the street. Little did he know that the person he was looking for was standing in front of him at this moment. Chapter 3982. Everyone looked at Mu Qing. Mu Qing observed for a while and shook her head. This is just a very ordinary jade. It's not worth anything at all. Li Si, did you hear that? You're blackmailing us. Priceless treasure? Do you think we're fools? Disdain appeared on everyone's faces. Li Si felt a little guilty. Everyone, don't be anxious. Li Si is from Tianhua Building. He definitely won't blackmail us. Since he said that it's a priceless treasure, there must be a reason. Mu Qing raised her hands and gestured slightly. Everyone quietened down. Then, she turned to look at Li Si and asked, Tell us about the origin of this jade bottle. Li Si looked at Mu Qing suspiciously. It's us. Mu Qing transmitted her voice to him. Li Si was even more puzzled. He glanced at the four of them and suddenly seemed to think of something. A trace of excitement crept up in his heart, and he said to himself, Could it be that you guys are, yes? Mu Qing smiled secretly. Why haven't you guys left? Li Si was bewildered. Let's make this person suffer. Mu Qing transmitted her voice to him. Li Si was suddenly enlightened. He sorted out his emotions and looked at everyone. Although my jade bottle is worthless, to me, it's a priceless treasure. Aren't you being shameless? The young man in black said angrily. How can I be shameless? This jade bottle was passed down by our Li family's ancestors. And it's the only thing my parents left for me when they were alive. Its significance to me can't be measured in terms of value. Li Si glared at the young man in black angrily. So it's an ancestral item. Mu Qing revealed a look of realization and nodded. If it's an ancestral item, the meaning is naturally different. Even if it's a piece of rotten stone, as long as it's an ancestral item, it's irreplaceable to the descendants, let alone a jade item. That's right. Every time I miss my parents, I'll look at this jade bottle. Now he broke my jade bottle, which is equivalent to shattering my hope for life. Li Si said angrily. Understood, understood. Mu Qing patted Li Si on the shoulder and sighed deeply. After that, he turned to look at the young man in black and said with displeasure, Brother, you're in the wrong. That's something that's been passed down from his ancestors. Now that you've broken it, let's not talk about compensation. First of all, you have to correct your attitude. The others also began to sympathize with Li Si as they looked at the black-clothed youth with dissatisfaction. The black-clothed youth was in no mood to care about this. He looked anxiously at Li Si and said, It's my fault. I apologize to you. Tell me, what compensation do you want? I don't want compensation. Li Si shook her head. If you don't want compensation, then don't stop me. I have something urgent to deal with. How about this? When I'm done with my business, I'll come and thank you. Is that okay? The black-clothed youth was on the verge of tears. Why were the people of the Sky Cloud realm so unreasonable? If it weren't for the monarch's order to not kill the innocent in the Sky Cloud realm, with his violent temper, he would have already made his move. No. Li Si shook her head. Then what do you want? The black-clothed youth held back his anger and asked anxiously. Li Si said, My request is very simple. Kneel down and apologize to my parents. What? Kneel down and apologize? When the black-clothed youth heard this, he could no longer hold back the anger in his heart. He grabbed Li Si's neck and roared, Do you want to die? This person is a bully. Everyone, come and see. Where's the justice? Li Si immediately used all the strength in his body and roared. More and more people gathered. When they learned of the situation here, they all glared at the black-clothed youth. Mu Qing smiled secretly. Looking at the black-clothed youth, she kindly advised, Brother, you may be very strong and not afraid of everyone. But I advise you, don't provoke public anger. So what if I provoke public anger? The black-clothed youth was so angry that he laughed. As the genius of the human clan of the divine kingdom, why would he be afraid of ants like you? I wanted to be a good person and resolve your conflict. But since you said so, I can't help it. Mu Qing shook her head and sighed. Looking at the people around, she said. Everyone heard it. This person doesn't take us seriously at all. He even has the feeling that he wants to massacre the city. Massacre the city? How dare he? I'll go to the land of buried gods now and find Longchen and the lunatic to help us. The people around were furious. Longchen, the lunatic. The black-clothed youth's eyes flashed. He quickly let go of Li Si and glared at Mu Qing. He shouted, What nonsense are you talking about? When did I say that I want to massacre the city? I didn't say that you really want to massacre the city. Why are you so nervous? Do you really think so? Mu Qing was surprised. You're talking nonsense. The black-clothed youth was furious. Actually, Li Si's request is not too much. Although the jade bottle is worthless, it's the only thing his parents left him. Now that you've broken it, you should naturally express your gratitude. There's a saying that the dead are older than me. Actually, it's not a big deal to kneel down and apologize to the dead. Mu Qing smiled and acted like a peacemaker, which made the black-clothed youth gnash his teeth in anger. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let you go. Li Si kept grabbing the black-clothed youth's arm and continued. If you think that I'm deliberately making things difficult for you, then let's go find Longchen and the others and ask them to do justice. The black-clothed youth's face darkened. Not talking? Okay, let's go find the land of buried gods now. Li Si opened a teleportation altar and dragged the black-clothed youth toward it. The black-clothed youth panicked and shouted. Wait. What? Li Si turned to look at him. The black-clothed youth shook Li Si off with a gloomy face. Okay, I'll kneel down and apologize to you. Mu Qing and the other three looked at each other, their eyes full of ridicule. Li Si's eyes also had a hint of a smile. He snorted and said, Not kneel down and apologize to me, but to my parents' souls in heaven. Okay. The black-clothed youth nodded and knelt in front of the broken jade bottle. He gritted his teeth and growled. I'm sorry. Li Si also walked over and sighed as he picked up the pieces. Father, Mother, this person has already knelt down and apologized to you. If you know in the underworld, please forgive him. That sad look on his face made people sympathize with him. The black-clothed youth stared at Li Si and said in a deep voice, Is it okay now? It's okay. Li Si nodded and said with his head lowered, You can go. Be careful next time and don't be so reckless. The black-clothed youth had just stood up and was about to turn and leave, but when he heard the latter half of the sentence, he almost went into a state of rage. This person was clearly the one who made the accusation, but now he was still preaching to him with the attitude of a good person. Who was he trying to show? He tried his best to suppress the killing intent in his heart, and ran to the end of the street. Li Si kept the pieces on the ground and looked up at the black-clothed youth's back. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He then looked at the crowd and cupped his hands. Thank you for upholding justice for me. It's fine. We didn't do anything. Everyone waved their hands and smiled. They left in groups of 2s and 3s. Li Si retracted his gaze and looked at Mu Qing. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your help. I'm just saying what's fair. Mu Qing waved his hand and smiled. He secretly gave Li Si an interspatial ring and said to himself, There are many soul stones in here. Take it as your reward. Thank you, thank you. Li Si was overjoyed. Mu Qing smiled faintly. He looked at the demon ancestor and said, Let's go. Then, the 4 of them turned and left in the same direction as the black-clothed youth. This Li Si is really a smart lad. The demon ancestor smiled secretly. Indeed. Dong Jingyan nodded and looked at the black-clothed youth in front of him. He smiled secretly and said, Are you going to let this person go just like that? What good idea do you have? The demon ancestor and the other 2 were stunned and asked secretly, I want to confirm the Divine Kingdom's motive. Dong Jingyang's eyes flashed. Let's hear it. The demon ancestor and the other two were excited. Dong Jingyang said a few words. When the three heard it, their eyes lit up and they nodded in agreement. Then, the four of them disappeared into thin air and entered the spatial divine item, following the black-clothed youth. The black-clothed youth hurriedly ran to the end of the street and turned into another street. However, when he saw the bustling street in front of him, he was at a loss. There were so many people. Where could he find the demon ancestor? It was all that damned Li Si's fault. He held back his anger and entered an alley. He took out the divine voice stone. Buzz! Very soon, Ryuko and the other two appeared. Ryuko asked, We have already arrived at Qianshan City. Where are you? I'm in the city. But I lost you, the black-clothed youth said. What? You lost them? Ryuko raised his eyebrows. Yes. The black-clothed youth nodded. How can you lose track of such a big group of people? What use do I have for you? Ryuko was furious. I'm sorry, but things are a little complicated. The black-clothed youth lowered his head, panic written all over his face. Shut up! You ruined such a good opportunity. Let me tell you, if you don't find them quickly, I'll cripple you. Ryuko's killing intent rose. Yes. The black-clothed youth nodded. Hurry up and find them. Send us a voice transmission as soon as you find them. If there's a chance, you can take action directly. In short, you have to get rid of the demon ancestor at all costs. Jiang Yinshuang reminded. Understood. The black-clothed youth replied respectfully. That's it then. Jiang Yinshuang was about to turn off the divine voice stone. However, at this moment, 4 people appeared silently behind the black-clothed youth. They were the demon ancestor and the other 3. Moreover, they had regained their true appearance. The black-clothed youth was still unaware. However, Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang saw the 4 people immediately and quickly reminded the black-clothed youth. Be careful behind you! Behind me? The black-clothed youth was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look. At the same time, the demon ancestor began to show his eyes of despair. The moment the black-clothed youth turned his head, he fell into the abyss of despair and was unable to extricate himself. Are you looking for me? The demon ancestor ignored the black-clothed youth and looked up at Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. Ryuko's pupils constricted. Even through the divine voice stone, he could not help but feel despair when he saw the demon ancestor's eyes of despair. Chapter 3983. The black-clothed youth was controlled by the eye of despair as he stood aside, shivering. Now, even an ordinary person could kill him. Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang's faces sank. They didn't expect that the black-clothed youth, who was supposed to be a stalker, would be followed by the 4 of them. They even caught one of them red-handed. Their previous conversation must have been heard by the 4 of them. Suddenly, Jiang Yinshuang's eyes flashed, and his expression eased a lot. He looked at the demon ancestor and smiled. Actually, we can talk. Talk? The demon ancestor was stunned. That's right. You have the eye of despair, and your future is limitless. However, if you stay in the sky cloud realm, it will definitely affect your development. After all, a place like the sky cloud realm won't be able to display your greatest value. Moreover, the sky cloud realm stage is too small for you. Jiang Yinshuang smiled slightly. The demon ancestor and Dong Jingyang looked at each other with a hint of playfulness in their eyes. Then, they looked at Jiang Yinshuang curiously and asked, What do you mean? What I mean is, you should come to our divine kingdom. Our divine kingdom, whether it is resources or background, surpasses the sky cloud realm by too much. Only by coming to our divine kingdom can you fully display your value. And as long as you agree, we will immediately report to the monarch and bestow you with the inheritance of an ultimate law. Jiang Yinshuang smiled. An ultimate law inheritance of an ultimate law. Mu Tianyang and the other 2 looked at the demon ancestor enviously. They didn't expect this guy to be so valuable. Dong Xingyang smiled and transmitted his voice. Why don't you agree with him first, and after you get this inheritance, you can fall out with him? Do you think others are fools? The demon ancestor smiled bitterly. How could the other party hand over the inheritance of an ultimate law to him so easily? No! 3. Ryuko suddenly spoke. What? Jiang Yinshuang was shocked. Ancestor Fiend and the other 3 were dumbfounded. Ryuko waved his hand to stop Jiang Yinshuang. He looked at the demon ancestor and said, As long as you agree to come to our divine kingdom and make a blood oath to be loyal to the divine kingdom forever, I will immediately take you to see my grandfather. At that time, he will give you the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws. When the fiend ancestor heard that, he sent a voice transmission. Did you hear that? If you want these ultimate profundity inheritances, you have to first swear a blood oath. How could the other party be so foolish as to directly pass the inheritance to him? No one else would do such a thing. But speaking of which, the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws was truly an irresistible temptation. You might not know the strength of the divine kingdom. If the older generation of the divine kingdom were to intervene, even if you and Qin Feiyang had the strongest fighting souls, killing you would be a piece of cake. Don't look at the current situation. The Sky Cloud Realm has been suppressing our divine kingdom. When the time agreed upon by Qin Feiyang and the monarch arrives, the Sky Cloud Realm will inevitably suffer a catastrophe. You are a smart person. You should know what to do, Ryuko said faintly. In the face of the inheritance of 3 ultimate laws, he really couldn't think of any reason for the other party to refuse. The demon ancestor was silent. Don't tell me you are really tempted. Let me tell you, a person can't violate morality. You know better than anyone how Qin Feiyang has treated us all these years. Especially to you. Think about it yourself. How did you treat Lin Yi and the mermaid princess back then? How did Qin Feiyang treat you later? You can't be ungrateful. Mu Tianyang sent a voice transmission. When the demon ancestor heard these words, he couldn't help but look at Mu Tianyang in surprise. He thought that Mu Tianyang would encourage him, but he didn't expect that Mu Tianyang would reprimand him with righteous words. It seemed that Mu Tianyang had changed a lot during these years in the Black Tortoise world. This was good news. What he was most worried about was that Mu Tianyang would change sides at the critical moment. As for himself, as early as the end of the battle at Demonic Dragon Island, he had already turned over a new leaf. Mu Tianyang's worries didn't exist at all. He was just thinking about how to cheat the inheritance of the ultimate profound from Ryuko. But after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. The inheritance of the ultimate profound was not a cabbage. It didn't matter even if it was given to others. First of all, he must make a blood oath in advance. But a blood oath, even the sovereign divine weapon couldn't withstand it, let alone him. If he really made a blood oath and turned hostile after getting the inheritance, it would definitely be a dead end. After thinking about it for so long, you should have thought about it. Ryuko started to get impatient. The demon ancestor shook his head and laughed. He looked up at the two and said, If it was in the past, I would definitely agree to it because I used to be a person who would do anything to achieve my goals. This is more to our liking. Our divine kingdom needs talents like you. Ryuko smiled. But now, I don't need you. Now I'm no longer such a person. So, I hope that you will stop bothering me. Of course. If you insist on bothering me, I can't stop you. But next time, find someone smarter to follow me. The demon ancestor smiled faintly and grabbed the head of the black-clothed youth. What are you doing? Ryuko's face darkened. Isn't this obvious? But I really have to thank you. Thank you for thinking so highly of me and coming to kill me personally. I will repay you in the future. As his voice fell, the demon ancestor exerted force. The black-clothed youth screamed on the spot. His head exploded like a watermelon, and his divine soul was annihilated. The black-clothed youth died, and the voice transmission stone also dimmed. Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang's phantoms also disappeared. You're courting death. Immediately after, An angry roar sounded in the suburbs east of the city. It carried a strong murderous aura and shocked the entire Qianshan city. The demon ancestor and the other three looked at each other and quickly changed their appearances. They turned around and walked out of the alley, blending into the crowd on the street and gradually disappearing. Whose voice is that? Why does it sound so familiar? The people in the city all looked in the direction of the eastern suburbs. Boom! With the emergence of a monstrous power, the entire Qianshan city suddenly trembled as if there was a huge earthquake. Crack! The surrounding city walls began to collapse. The ground also cracked rapidly. What a terrifying aura! Who is it? Wait. Why does it feel like the aura of Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom? Isn't he in the land of the buried gods? Why would he come to our Qianshan city? Everyone was shocked and puzzled. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the eastern suburbs and stood above the city. Who else could it be but Ryuko? It's really him. What does he want to do? Looking at Ryuko in the sky, everyone's face couldn't help but turn pale. Whoosh! The next moment, Jiang Yinshuang also rose into the air. Looking at the furious Ryuko, he said, "What do you want to do?" "Massacre the city." Long Zi enunciated each and every word. That murderous aura-filled voice transmitted into everyone's ears. What? He wants to massacre the city? As soon as these words came out, Qianshan city was suddenly in a mess. Countless people rushed out of the city. Jiang Yinshuang was also shocked by Ryuko's words. He quickly stopped Ryuko and said in a deep voice, "Calm down, your grandfather has already issued a death order. We are not allowed to kill innocent people in the Sky Cloud realm." "I don't care," Ryuko roared. A terrifying divine aura surged out in all directions, covering the sky and covering the earth. "Okay. I won't stop you. However, you know your grandfather's temper better than I do. If you let him know that you disobeyed his order, I hope you have the courage to bear the consequences." Jiang Yinshuang sneered. When Ryuko heard this, his eyes trembled slightly. His anger gradually calmed down. He glanced at the chaotic Qianshan city. After a long time, he turned around and left with a cold snort. Looking at Ryuko's back, Jiang Yinshuang sneered. She thought he really dared to massacre the city. From a selfish point of view, she actually hoped that Ryuko would massacre the city. Because in this way, not only would Ryuko be punished, but even the monarch would face the danger of a blood oath. For the god race, there were only benefits and no harm. As for her, anyway, she had already advised him, so he couldn't blame her. But regrettably, this Ryuko was all bark and no bite. However, from this confrontation, it could be seen that this demon ancestor was not a simple character. She wanted to strangle him in the cradle. But the result was that they were made a fool of. Why were the younger generation of the Sky Cloud realm so difficult to deal with? What? Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang appeared in Qianshan city of the northern continent? And they want to massacre the city? The land of buried gods. Pei Tianhong's tribulation had already passed by more than half. The news of Qianshan city also quickly spread here. Hearing this news, Longqin, Man, White-Eyed Wolf, and Yunxiang suddenly stood up, their faces instantly gloomy. They were wondering why Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang hadn't returned after so long. It turned out that they ran to Qianshan city without anyone knowing. "They are courting death!" Man waved his hand and a space-time passage opened. But at this moment, a space-time passage also appeared in the sky. Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang both walked out. Man was taken aback and looked up at the two. Killing intent burst out from his eyes. "You really know how to run. In the blink of an eye, you ran to Qianshan city." Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang landed in front of them. Jiang Yinshuang said indifferently, "We just had nothing to do and went to Qianshan city for a stroll." "What are you so excited about? Stroll? The Sky Cloud realm is so big. Why did you go to Qianshan city? Moreover, there is news that you are planning to massacre the city. Don't you plan to explain this matter to us?" Man's eyes were already suffused with wisps of bloody light. Then go to Qianshan City and see if we have massacred the city or not. Jiang Yinshuang sneered. You dare to act recklessly in our sky cloud realm and even put on such a face. Do you really think that I don't dare to cripple you? Man flew into a rage and instantly turned into a giant. The power of the all-evil seal rolled out. Looking at Man at this moment, everyone felt that he was even more terrifying than Pei Tianhong's tribulation. Roar! At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf landed beside Man and a golden beast shadow roared out. At this moment, all the creatures present felt a fear from the depths of their souls. Chapter 3984. What do you want to do? Jiang Yinshuang's face darkened. If it were Long Chun and Yun Xiang, she wouldn't be so nervous. But both the Man and the White-Eyed Wolf had means no weaker than the God race's mark. Especially the White-Eyed Wolf. She had already suffered 2 big losses at the hands of the White-Eyed Wolf. Every time she thought of the ability of the White-Eyed Wolf's battle soul, she couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. You broke the rules first, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Long Qin and Yun Xiang also stepped to the side of the White-Eyed Wolf. The 4 of them were imposing. The atmosphere at the scene was also solemn to the extreme. Especially the people of the Divine Kingdom, they were panicking now. Any one of the 4 people in front of them could crush the whole audience, let alone if they joined forces. Perhaps Ryuko and the goddess could only be crushed. As for Ryuko, he didn't say a word the whole time. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak, but because he was very sullen and didn't know what to say. Previously in Qianshan City, he was played around by the demon ancestor and the other 3, and now the Man and the other 3 were aggressive. As the grandson of the Divine Kingdom's Lord, he had always been the sun in the sky, the center of attention. But now in the sky cloud realm, anyone dared to ride on his head and behave atrociously. It was simply driving him crazy. Jiang Yinshuang looked at Ryuko and saw that he didn't speak for a long time. She was even more irritated. At least he was a man. Could he not let her deal with everything? If she had already eliminated the demon ancestor, she could still accept it. But now, she didn't get anything and still had to face the anger of the Man and the other 3. What was this? Since coming to the sky cloud realm, nothing had gone smoothly. Seeing that the Man was about to make a move, Jiang Yinshuang clenched her hands and gritted her teeth. I apologize, I'm sorry. Apologize? The dignified goddess of the god race was forced to take the initiative to apologize? I'm afraid this is the first time in her life. The people of the sky cloud realm muttered. They revered the goddess as if she were a god. After all, they weren't as strong as the mad scientist and the others. As for what kind of apology, they didn't even dare to imagine it. This was because it was even more difficult to make such geniuses apologize and not kill them. At this moment, another piece of news came. Qianshan City was not massacred. Furthermore, someone mentioned the fiend ancestor. Upon hearing that the demon ancestor and the others were also in Thousand Mountain City, Man and the others were suddenly enlightened. They finally understood why the 2 of them had gone to Thousand Mountain City. You guys are truly shameless. Ryuko and the goddess of the Divine Kingdom actually went to assassinate someone who didn't even have an ultimate law. Yun Xiang looked at the 2 of them and said sarcastically, What? According to Yun Xiang's words, their purpose in going to Thousand Mountain City is to kill the demon ancestor? Damn it! How sinister! Everyone started cursing angrily. These people from the Divine Kingdom were truly shameless. Man also mocked. You guys are really stupid. You actually want to kill them. Is that how you kill them? Before you take action, don't you guys investigate them first? When Ryuko and the mad scientist heard this, they became even angrier. Who said they didn't investigate? But they couldn't find any information about the demon ancestor. How pitiful. I might as well tell you guys that even we don't dare to underestimate their brains and methods, let alone you idiots. The White-Eyed Wolf sneered mercilessly. The two of them were shocked. So powerful? Moreover, the white-eyed wolf was talking about them, which meant that the white-eyed wolf wasn't just talking about the demon ancestor, but the other three. The demon ancestor had the eye of despair, which was obvious to all. But what kind of amazing methods did the other three have? Whether you guys massacred the city or not, you guys broke your promise and caused Thousand Mountain City to fall into chaos. This is an indisputable fact. So, you guys must pay the price for this, Madman said. His words were as sharp as a blade. What do you want? Jiang Yinshuang frowned. It's very simple. Madman grinned and said, take out an ultimate law inheritance as compensation, and we will let bygones be bygones. Your appetite is too big. Why don't you say that I'll give you all the rewards of this friendly competition? Jiang Yinshuang was furious on the spot. If you want to give it all to me, I won't be polite with you. Madman snickered. Impossible. Jiang Yinshuang shook his head decisively. They did go to Thousand Mountain City and caused a sensation, but they didn't cause any casualties. Why should they compensate? It can't be? Then let's see whose fist is harder. Madman took a step forward and threw a punch at Jiang Yinshuang. Jiang Yinshuang was furious, and the God Race mark appeared between his eyebrows. The ultimate law of death, the 18 layers of hell, also instantly attacked Madman. Boom! One grasped the power of the root of all evil, and the other grasped the power of the God Race mark. But the Madman was unarmed. But even if he was unarmed, he wasn't afraid and threw a punch at the 18 layers of hell. A deafening explosion immediately echoed in the area. Madman's body was like a demon god, and the lethality of his punch wasn't inferior to the ultimate law enhanced by the God Race mark. The 18 layers of hell were shattered. Madman was also forced back a few steps. He laughed and said, the God Race mark can only increase the power of the law, but this daddy's power of the root of all evil can not only increase the power of the law, but also strengthen my body and strength. What do you have to fight this daddy? Before he finished speaking, the mad scientist's laws of space, laws of destruction, laws of thunder, and laws of slaughter, 4 ultimate profundities, appeared in the sky. It's just like the rumors, he has mastered the 4 ultimate laws. So strong! He has already surpassed the previous Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin Master. The people of the Sky Cloud Realm were incomparably excited. With such a peerless existence overseeing them, what were they afraid of? But on the other side, the people of the Divine Kingdom were horrified to the extreme. As expected of the existence that made Jiangchen and Jiangxing, the 2 prodigies of the God Race, flee for their lives. It was their first time coming to the Sky Cloud Realm, and they hadn't seen Madman in action with their own eyes. However, the news of Madman fighting Jiangchen in the Demon Palace had long spread in the Divine Kingdom. Not to mention the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom, even the upper echelons of the Divine Kingdom were shocked by this matter. After all, whether it was Jiangxing or Jiangchen, they were both top prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. Many of the older generation of the Divine Kingdom had to be wary of them. But in the end, the 2 joined forces and still couldn't beat Madman? One could imagine. This was such a shocking piece of news. However, many people who hadn't come to the Sky Cloud Realm felt that it was a bit exaggerated, including the hundreds of thousands of people here. But now, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. 4 ultimate mysteries. Among them, there were even 2 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws. Even among the prodigies of the Divine Kingdom, it was enough to dominate. So now, they looked at Madman in fear. But Jiang Yinshuang didn't seem to admit defeat. Boom! The Time Law, Destruction Law, and Death Law, the 3 ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws, appeared out of nowhere. Retreat! Whether it was the people of the Sky Cloud Realm or the people of the Divine Kingdom, they all turned around and fled. The 2 had already gone all out. If they didn't leave now, they would definitely be in trouble later. Pei Tianhong was still in the middle of his tribulation and couldn't leave. But he wasn't afraid. Because he had the mid-level Dominator Divine Weapon, the Heavenly God Sword, and the 3 low-level Dominator divine weapons. So many ultimate mysteries of the strongest laws? It seems a bit unfair. The white-eyed wolf laughed. The golden beast opened its mouth and shouted, "Strip!" Between heaven and earth, a strong wind suddenly blew. Jiang Yunshuang also immediately felt that the 3 ultimate laws seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and poured out of his body uncontrollably. "Bastard! Don't go too far!" Jiang Yunshuang roared. The 3 ultimate mysteries crazily attacked Man. "Aren't you the ones bullying others? You still dare to bite back?" Man snorted coldly. The 4 ultimate mysteries roared in the sky and collided with Jiang Yunshuang's 3 ultimate mysteries. A destructive godly aura burst out from it. Clang! But at this time, the heavenly god sword appeared. A barrier instantly appeared, enveloping Man and the others. But even the barrier it set up was constantly distorting in the face of the impact of this divine power. Man glanced at the barrier, then looked at Jiang Yunshuang and laughed. "Then let's fight!" As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his mountain-like hand. With his current body, the giant hand was enough to cover the sky and the sun as it slammed toward Jiang Yunshuang. Man! What a complete madman! Jiang Yunshuang's heart skipped a beat. If this palm landed, her body of flesh and blood would probably be shattered on the spot. She wouldn't even be able to protect her divine soul. Because the power of the source of all evil had already allowed Man's body to have a lethality that surpassed the sovereign weapon. Boom! Man's 4 ultimate mysteries couldn't beat Jiang Yunshuang's 3 ultimate mysteries. Because Man's 4 ultimate mysteries only had 2 ultimate laws, while Jiang Yunshuang had 3. However, as Man's palm landed, this gap was made up. Accompanied by a loud bang, the ultimate mysteries shattered in the void, then continued to slam toward Jiang Yunshuang. Seeing that Jiang Yunshuang was about to die under the giant hand, Ryuko finally reacted. He took a step in front of Jiang Yunshuang and activated his 3,000 clones. One after another, ultimate intents appeared out of nowhere. "If this continues, even I won't be able to withstand the shockwaves of your battle," Sword of God shouted. "Don't worry. His 3,000 clones won't be of any use." Longchen smiled faintly. His god's domain instantly opened and directly enveloped Ryuko. A heaven-defying divine power appeared. The 3,000 clones immediately dissipated in the god's domain. But Man didn't stop. Not only Jiang Yunshuang, but even Ryuko was under his giant hand. In other words, now, not only Jiang Yunshuang, but Ryuko would also suffer a devastating blow. "Stop! I promised to give you the inheritance of an ultimate mystery," Ryuko said gloomily. "Haha!" Man suddenly laughed. Because of his huge body, his laughter covered the thunder of Pei Tianhong's tribulation. The giant hand also stopped above Jiang Yunshuang and Ryuko's heads. An invisible force rushed over, and the two were like fallen leaves in the wind, swaying. Chapter 3985. Man's complacent laughter was undoubtedly another humiliation to Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang. Because they didn't willingly give out this inheritance, but were forced to do so. Now, they really had the heart to eat Man's bones. So embarrassing. Jiang Qifei, who had fled to the distance, looked at Ryuko and Man and muttered to himself. Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang in the Divine Kingdom, which one of them wasn't a high and mighty lord? Usually, it was difficult to even talk to them. But now, they were completely trampled under Man's feet. They even had to agree to their unreasonable demands to protect themselves. The inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound, frankly speaking. Not only Jiang Qifei, but everyone in the Divine Kingdom couldn't help but envy. If this inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound could fall into their hands, wouldn't it be great? Although some of them had mastered ordinary law's ultimate profound couldn't play a role in this war between the Divine Kingdom and the Sky Cloud Realm. Moreover, only by mastering an ultimate law's ultimate profound could one be considered to be standing at the peak of the younger generation. Unfortunately for them, this was a kind of extravagant hope. Although the Divine Kingdom's resources were countless times better than the Sky Cloud realms, it wasn't to the point where everyone could get an inheritance. Resources like the ultimate profound inheritance could only be enjoyed by the most outstanding prodigies of the Divine Kingdom. That's right. Even the most outstanding prodigies might not be able to get it, but their chances were greater than others. Finally, Man's laughter disappeared. The white-eyed wolf's battle soul also stopped depriving. In this situation, they naturally couldn't be too ruthless. In short, in one sentence, quit while you're ahead. Being able to force the two to submit was actually more satisfying than directly killing them. Moreover, getting an inheritance of the strongest law's ultimate profound was also a big gain. Yun Xiang's eyes flashed as he looked at the two and said, "Let's make it clear, the inheritance you gave us now can't be counted as the reward for this friendly competition." "Okay. Just think of it as paying for our impulsiveness." Ryuko nodded. "That's very true. As a person, you must not be impulsive. Once you act on impulse, I'm afraid you'll have to pay a terrible price." Man snickered. Ryuko clenched his fists. His expression was extremely dark. He was getting more and more arrogant. "Hurry up! Don't waste my time," the white-eyed wolf urged, his eyes glowing green. This inheritance could not be snatched away by Long Qin and Yun Xiang. Especially Long Qin. Yun Xiang was a little better now. He was getting closer and closer to them. Moreover, he was the disciple of the princess of the Divine Kingdom. Yun Zhongtian, Yun Guanghui, Yun Zifeng, and the others were also in the Black Tortoise realm. But Long Chen's position in the future was really hard to say. Ryuko took a deep breath and took out a palm-sized metal box. He glanced at Man and the other three and directly threw the metal box at Long Chen. Because he had already seen that Long Chen and Man and the others were not true partners. Perhaps this inheritance could be of great help to him. Let the four of them fight for it and break the unity of these people. However, Long Chen's actions disappointed him greatly. Because Long Chen was looking at the metal box and had no intention of snatching it at all. But the white-eyed wolf was faster than anyone else. He activated the moment of time and rushed up to grab the metal box. Man and Yun Xiang could only stare at him. "What's wrong with you?" The white-eyed wolf grabbed the metal box and turned to look at Long Chen. He frowned. The inheritance of the ultimate law was right in front of him, but he was still indifferent. If someone said that Long Chen didn't want it, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Because in this world, no one could resist the temptation of the ultimate law inheritance. Some people want to see us fight among ourselves, so I definitely can't let them succeed. Long Chen smiled faintly. The white-eyed wolf was stunned. He pursed his lips and said, "You're really great. But if you do this, won't this brother seem a little low?" Long Chen shook his head and laughed. "Don't worry about this, as long as you like it. Since you said so, hey! Then I won't be polite." The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. "I don't think I've seen you being polite to me." Long Chen's face was full of helplessness. "Ha!" The white-eyed wolf laughed and slowly opened the metal box. At the same time, Ryuko looked at Long Chen and frowned slightly. What kind of person was this Long Chen? Not only did he realize his purpose so quickly, but he could also be so generous. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. At this moment, he realized. Compared to others, Long Chen was more terrifying. Long Chen's terrifying place wasn't his strength, nor was it the domain of gods, but his mentality and his eyes. That pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everyone's thoughts. Ryuko didn't know if there was anyone like Long Chen in the Sky Cloud realm, but he knew that there was definitely no one like him in the Divine Kingdom. "Wait a minute!" Suddenly, Man reached out and stopped the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf was taken aback. He raised his head and looked at Man suspiciously. Man ran in front of the white-eyed wolf and stared straight at the metal box. "What are you doing?" The white-eyed wolf hurriedly protected the metal box behind him and said angrily, Can't you learn more from Longchen? Take care of me, the younger generation? You're still the younger generation? Man was stunned and his face was full of disdain. For the sake of the inheritance, he didn't even care about his face. Cough, cough. Seeing that he was ignored by Man and the white-eyed wolf, Yunxiang coughed dryly and tried to make his presence known. Shut up. But who would have thought? The white-eyed wolf and Man stared at him at the same time. The corner of Yunxiang's mouth twitched. Who did I offend that I can't even say a word? Man looked at the metal box again and suddenly clasped his hands together and prayed sincerely. Heavenly Spirit, Earth Spirit, please bless the inheritance inside. It must be the ultimate meaning of the law of death. Because the white-eyed wolf and Yunxiang had already grasped the ultimate meaning of the law of death. But he hadn't. Therefore, if it was the inheritance of the ultimate meaning of the law of death, the white-eyed wolf naturally wouldn't snatch it from him. Get lost. When the white-eyed wolf heard this, his face darkened. He kicked Man away and pretended to be serious. Bodhisattva, please don't let it be the law of death. Do you have any interest in going against me? Man said angrily. I'm happy to do so. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Longchen and Yunxiang on the side couldn't help but look away. Please don't say that they know these two guys. It's too embarrassing. Ryuko and Jian Yinshuang also had a look of anger. What the hell is this? But they were defeated by these two top-notch people again and again. Thinking about it, they felt wrong for themselves. As for the onlookers in the distance, they were even more dumbfounded on the spot. It turned out that these two great figures who shook the sky cloud realm and intimidated the divine kingdom had such a character. It was really a bit surprising. However, such a person is the true nature of their character. They don't think of others and only know how to backstab others. Finally, the metal box was opened by the white-eyed wolf. A terrifying aura surged out from the cave. The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and immediately laughed. Man had a bitter look on his face. Because the inheritance inside was the space-time law. Back then in the Sky Bell Divine Treasure, the Primal Chaos Divine King gave the Man the ultimate inheritance, which was the space-time law. Yunxiang had also integrated the space-time law's ultimate inheritance left to him by the Divine Kingdom's princess. The ultimate inheritance that Longchen obtained from the Black Flame Demon Theta Wang was also the space-time law. In this way, no one would compete with the white-eyed wolf for it. Do you want it? The white-eyed wolf looked at the Man. Nonsense. The Man glared at him fiercely and turned to look at Ryuko with a very angry look. Ryuko's veins suddenly bulged as he said angrily, "What are you looking at me for? Do I have to ask you in advance what kind of inheritance you want? You should be satisfied with the inheritance I gave you." He really couldn't have too much contact with these people, otherwise he would be angered to death sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf looked at Ryuko and waved his hand. "Brother, don't bother with him. He's such a person. Just treat him as heir." "Who's your brother? Is he familiar with you?" Ryuko was about to go crazy. He really didn't want to see these people anymore. Otherwise, he would go crazy sooner or later. The white-eyed wolf laughed and said, "Don't be so cold. We can be considered old friends now. Old friends have to love each other. To hell with it. You stay here and watch. I'm going back first. I can't stand it anymore." Ryuko glared fiercely at the white-eyed wolf and said something to Jian Yinshuang before turning around and leaving without looking back. "Take care. Come drink and chat with us when you have time. By the way, I'll introduce you to a wife. She's definitely prettier than Jian Yinshuang." The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. Ryuko staggered and almost fell down. Jian Yinshuang also suddenly frowned. "Damn wolf cub, did I provoke you? Why did you drag me into this? Prettier than me? Then why don't you go and find one?" At this moment, not only the people of the Divine Kingdom, but even the people of the Sky Cloud Realm couldn't help but sympathize with Ryuko and Jian Yinshuang. Not only did they lose the inheritance of an ultimate profound meaning, but they were also complained about by the Man. Now they were being ridiculed by the white-eyed wolf. You can't stand it? You're too weak. It's hard for you to become someone great. The white-eyed wolf shook his head. Jiang Yinshuang's mouth twitched. Fortunately, Ryuko had already left. Otherwise, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. She finally understood that Long Chen didn't compete with this wolf cub for the inheritance to prevent internal strife was only secondary. The most important reason was that he didn't want to provoke this wolf cub. This was a problem. If you provoked him, he would have 100 ways to torture you. In the future, if it wasn't necessary, it was better to stay away from him. You don't want it either. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Chen and Yun Xiang. No, I don't want it. As long as you like it. Yun Xiang waved his hand. Long Chen directly used his actions to prove it. He took a step back. Righteous. You're not a friend for nothing. The white-eyed wolf grinned and put away the iron box without hesitation. He was really lucky. Originally, he had no interest in the friendly competition here. If it weren't for the appearance of the demon ancestor and others on the battlefield half a month ago, he wouldn't have come at all. Who would have thought that he would get such benefits? He really made a fortune. Chapter 3986. A moment passed. Pei Tianhong's heavenly tribulation was finally over. The ultimate meaning of the law of slaughter was completely formed. When he left the battlefield, Wang Changyuan and the others immediately went up to him, their faces full of joy. Old Pei, congratulations! Such a joyous occasion, you must treat us tonight. Let's go to Tianwei restaurant and have a few drinks. Good idea! Why don't I inform Yue Qing now and ask her to prepare a table of good food and wine for us? Looking at these smiles, Pei Tianhong also felt warm from the bottom of his heart. These people in front of him used to be his subordinates. Because the commanders were already elders of the Blood Hall. In the past, when these elders saw him, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. But now, everyone was like friends. This feeling was unprecedented. Seriously. At first, he was not used to it. Because at that time, he had already developed a high and mighty character. Think about it. A group of former subordinates suddenly became people on equal footing with him, who could accept it. With Pei Tianhong's character at that time, he definitely could not accept it. However, as everyone slowly got along, coupled with the influence of Qin Feiyang, Frenzy and the others, he found that this kind of relationship was actually not bad. Because in the past, it was purely superior and subordinate. And there was no trust between them, only interests. But now, when they were free, they could gather together and chat. When they were fighting, they could become each other's reliance. When they were in danger, they worried about each other. When they were in trouble, they helped and encouraged each other. No scheming, no disputes over interests. They became the most reliable comrades in arms, the most trusted partners, and established the purest friendship. So now, they all cherished this kind of relationship. Jiang Yinshuang looked at Pei Tianhong, looking a little tired, and said to Frenzy and the others, "Why don't we end today's friendly competition here?" "Okay." Long Chen nodded. In fact, it was all expected. After a series of events, whether it was Ryuko or Jiang Yinshuang, they were already mentally and physically exhausted. How could they still have the mood to play here? "Let's go." Jiang Yinshuang waved his hand, and the hundreds of thousands of people from the Divine Kingdom immediately followed Jiang Yinshuang and disappeared from the inner area. "What two fools! You can even come up with an idea like assassination!" The white-eyed wolf scoffed. "After all, the strength is right in front of me. Of course, I am confident that I can assassinate the demon ancestor. However, they don't know that the devil ancestor and the others are all old foxes. This can be considered a lesson for them." Long Chen shook his head and smiled. He looked at the white-eyed wolf and said, "Speaking of which, you should give the demon ancestor the ultimate inheritance of the space-time law. After all, it was because of him that all of this happened. He hasn't comprehended the laws of space and time, so why give it to him?" Given the current situation, the inheritance of the ultimate profound must be used wisely, White-Eyed Wolf said righteously. Long Chun was slightly surprised and asked, Are you Dao Rin? It's obvious. The White-Eyed Wolf bared its fangs. Long Chun rolled his eyes. How shameless. In fact, he also understood. Even if the demon ancestor grasped the laws of space and time, the White-Eyed Wolf wouldn't give the inheritance to the demon ancestor. This was because when he was in the Great Qin, he had specially investigated the past of Qin Feiyang and the White-Eyed Wolf. Among them was the grudge between Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, and the others. Although the demon ancestor and the others had been in the Black Tortoise world all these years and didn't cause any trouble, it was indeed difficult for everyone to trust them without reservation. Of course, one couldn't blame the White-Eyed Wolf for being narrow-minded. Because no matter who it was, they had to pay for their mistakes. Shua! The man took a step forward and landed in front of Pei Tianhong and the others. He smiled cruelly and said, Not bad, not bad. Old Wang, you guys have to work harder too. Don't be left behind by old Pei. Of course. Wang Changyuan and the others nodded. Long Chen, the White-Eyed Wolf, and Yun Xiang put away their ruler divine weapons and landed beside the man. Long Chen smiled and said, Such a good thing. Do you plan to tell Qin Feiyang? No. Pei Tianhong shook his head and said, Plus, this isn't a big matter. It's better not to disturb the young master. Where is he now? Long Chen was curious. I can't say. This is the young master's order. Pei Tianhong smiled apologetically. We can't say it either? The man frowned. Yes. Pei Tianhong nodded. This bastard. The man cursed. Pei Tianhong was helpless. The young master was comprehending the laws of life and death, not slacking off. Why did he have to scold him? I hope he can succeed. Long Chun smiled and turned to look at Yun Xiang, saying, Then we'll have to trouble you. If there's any sudden change, you can't go alone. Send us a message immediately. Okay. Yun Xiang nodded. He also wanted to cultivate. Although he had mastered the 4 ultimate laws of life and death, they were all from the inheritance. He hadn't comprehended any of them yet. Besides, who didn't want to become stronger? But there was no other way. There must be someone here. Wang Changyuan suddenly said. Why don't we call Blood Ancestor and the others to help? This way, you can all go and cultivate. I have no objection. As long as you can persuade them to come to the burial ground. Long Chen smiled. Forget it. What's the deal? This is a dispute between the younger generation. The older generation won't intervene. We can't let the Divine Kingdom get hold of us. Moreover, they have fought for the Sky Cloud Realm for so many years. They really should have a good rest. Let me keep an eye here. You guys can do it. Yun Xiang smiled slightly. Then I should be considered as someone from the older generation. After all, I am the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. The man secretly laughed. You. Yun Xiang and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. If you want to be lazy, just say it. Why find such a lousy excuse? Although he was the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, he had been reincarnated. How could he be considered as someone from the older generation? What's that look? The man was dissatisfied. The White-Eyed Wolf suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Wait, if the Divine Kingdom learns that the little man is the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King, will they use this as an excuse to make a fuss? This depends on whether they are reasonable or not. If they are unreasonable, then there's nothing we can do. Long Chen shrugged and smiled. In fact, the man's seniority is really hard to define now. If you say he is from the younger generation, he is indeed the reincarnation of the Blood Demon King. In a sense, they are the same person. But to say he is from the older generation, I feel that it is too forced. Yun Xiang shook his head. Who cares? Anyway, I am the man now. No one can change it. As for the Blood Demon King, he has become history. The man waved his hand, not caring at all. The past and the present life were already destined. There was no need to worry about it. The white-eyed wolf and the others looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, everyone took out their divine sound stones and suggested a contract bridge to facilitate communication in the future. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and pulled the man to look at Long Chen. Little Chen, look, we can't find Little Chen Z now. We have nowhere to go. Why don't you kindly take us in? What do you mean? Long Chen was startled. Nothing, we just want to go into seclusion in your dragon lair. The white-eyed wolf said. Goodbye. Hearing that, Long Chen opened a space-time channel and ran in. Don't be like this. The white-eyed wolf dragged the man and chased after him. Pei Tianhong and the others looked at each other and asked Yun Xiang. What are they doing? How would I know? Yun Xiang smiled bitterly. The white-eyed wolf was full of evil tricks. Who could see through his mind? As for having nowhere to go, it was complete nonsense. The sky cloud realm was so big, where couldn't they go? Why did they have to go to the dragon lair? Don't worry about them. Wang Changyuan waved his hand and pulled Yun Xiang. Let's go to the Heavenly Joy building for a few drinks. Dragon lair! After Long Chen appeared, he turned and looked at the spatial tunnel with a helpless expression. Because he could already feel the aura of the man and the white-eyed wolf. Soon, the man and the man also came out. What do you want? Long Chen stared at the white-eyed wolf angrily. Nonsense, of course I'm here to cultivate, the white-eyed wolf said while looking at the current dragon lair. The current dragon lair, which was the former phoenix lair, didn't change much. Mountains stretched up and down, and green trees towered into the sky. It was a scene of vitality. What are you looking at? Long Chen was suspicious. Nothing. The white-eyed wolf shook his head and smiled. I haven't had a good stroll in the dragon lair yet. I'm going to take a stroll, you guys can do whatever you want. After saying that, he disappeared without a trace. We can do whatever we want. Why does it sound like I'm the guest? Long Chen looked at the back of the white-eyed wolf in a daze. After a long time, he recovered and turned to look at the man. What does he want to do? The man shrugged. Who knows? However, this place was rather quiet and suitable for closed-door cultivation. I really don't know how Qin Feiyang can stand his personality. Long Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled. Since we're here, let's go have some tea and chat for a while. Okay. The man nodded. The two of them flew like a giant mountain. At the top of the mountain, there was a courtyard. This was Long Chen's residence. Around the courtyard, there was a small bridge with flowing water, birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was exceptionally quiet. But not long after the two of them sat down, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the depths of the mountain on the other side. The man raised his head and looked over in surprise. When Long Chen looked up, he frowned. Damn wolf cub, what are you doing here? Following closely, an angry roar rang out. It was Long Chen's voice. After all this time, you came to flirt with this woman? The man was stunned. Everyone was bored. Whoosh! Very soon, two figures, one in front and one behind, chased after each other. The one fleeing in front was the white-eyed wolf, and the one chasing behind was undoubtedly Long Chen. What a headache! Long Chen rubbed his forehead. He really couldn't let the white-eyed wolf stay in the dragon lair, otherwise he would definitely not have a peaceful life. Wait! But at this moment, the man raised his head and looked at the mountain where the aura erupted. He didn't pay attention before and thought that it was Long Chen's aura, so he didn't think too much about it. But now that he saw Long Chen flying over, he realized that the aura that erupted before didn't seem to be Long Chen's aura. He pondered for a moment, and a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Chapter 3987. Whoosh! The white-eyed wolf ran to the top of the mountain, and immediately hid behind Frenzy. There's someone you're afraid of? Frenzy was surprised. I'm not afraid of her. I'm just a man who doesn't fight with women. The white-eyed wolf snorted. Long Qin also landed on the top of the mountain. Hearing the white-eyed wolf's words, he immediately looked at Long Qin and said, "Brother, what are you doing? Why did you bring them to the dragon's nest?" Long Qin had an innocent look on his face. "Do you think I want to? I don't want either. But I have no choice. They want to shamelessly follow me. What can I do?" Long Qin stared at Frenzy and the white-eyed wolf and said angrily, "Hurry up and leave. You're not welcome here." "Including me?" Frenzy pointed at his nose. "Yes." Long Qin nodded. The corner of Frenzy's mouth twitched. He was really implicated. He was the fish in the pond. "Brother Wolf, what do you want to do?" Frenzy transmitted his voice. "Don't transmit your voice. I can hear you. Just say what you want to say." Long Qin looked at the two coldly. The white-eyed wolf smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just want to introduce you to a marriage." "What the hell?" Long Qin looked at the white-eyed wolf in shock. Long Qin also had a look of astonishment. Introduce a marriage? What was going on this time? Previously in the land of the buried gods, didn't I tell Ryuko that I wanted to introduce him to a wife? I think your sister is very good. The white-eyed wolf looked at Long Qin and grinned. When Long Qin heard this, his veins suddenly popped out. It was originally a joke, but he didn't expect that it would really help Ryuko. And he even had his eyes on his sister. This damn wolf cub. "You want to introduce me to Ryuko? Ryuko of the Divine Kingdom?" Long Qin still hadn't reacted. "Yes. Look, he is the grandson of the King of the Divine Kingdom. He can get whatever he wants. Most importantly, he is the purple gold divine dragon. As for you, her looks are alright, but her personality is too bad. His talent is not bad, but his temper is too fiery. Overall, it's 60 points, just enough to pass. It's definitely not good enough for us, but it's more than enough for Ryuko." White-eyed wolf rubbed his chin as he sized up Long Qin. He didn't notice at all that Long Qin's face was already pitch black, his hands were tightly clenched together, and his eyes were about to spit out flames. Long Qin was also infuriated. His younger sister's temper was indeed bad, but it shouldn't be that bad. "I'll kill you!" Long Qin went berserk, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws as she pounced towards the ingrate. Seeing this, Frenzy quickly hid to the side. It was better not to get involved in this matter, lest he got into trouble. White-eyed wolf shuddered and quickly turned around to run. "Stop right there!" Long Qin was extremely angry and chased after him. Long Qin looked at this scene, glanced at Frenzy and asked, "Do you also think of my sister like this?" "Ah?" Frenzy looked at Long Qin with a stunned expression. How could he answer this? Say yes? Long Qin would definitely fall out with him. Say no? He really couldn't say such words that went against his heart. "Is it hard to answer?" Long Qin frowned. No. I personally think that your sister is very good." Frenzy quickly waved his hand. Long Qin looked at Frenzy's expression and snorted coldly. "Hypocrite!" "Ha!" Frenzy laughed dryly and glanced in Longzuin's direction. A light flashed in his eyes. A long while later, White-eyed Wolf flew over resentfully behind Long Qin. Long Qin was very pleased with himself. He didn't come to the mountain peak, but instead left directly. White-eyed Wolf landed on the mountain peak and looked at Long Qin's back with eyes full of anger. "Yo! What's going on?" Frenzy looked at White-eyed Wolf with a playful expression. With White-eyed Wolf's strength, he shouldn't have been at a disadvantage. White-eyed Wolf sat down next to Frenzy and snorted coldly. "I didn't attack her because of Little Chin. Don't call me Little Chin." A row of black lines appeared on his forehead. "Then what should I call you? Little Ryuko?" White-eyed Wolf chuckled. Long Qin looked at the sky speechless. He stood up and said, "You guys talk. I'll go visit my mother." After saying that, he turned around and left. After seeing Long Qin leave, Frenzy immediately put down his teacup and sent a message. "Brother Wolf, what are you trying to do?" "I'm trying to find out more about Revered Dragon." White-eyed Wolf's eyes lit up. "As expected." Frenzy murmured. He had already thought of this possibility when he sensed that that old witch, she has always been with dragons, but she never showed herself. That's why I'm curious, what is she doing? White-Eyed Wolf thought to himself. Did you see her? Frenzy asked. Yes. White-Eyed Wolf nodded. His eyes looked dignified as he sent a message. I can feel a sense of danger from her. A sense of danger! Frenzy's heart shuddered. With White-Eyed Wolf's current strength, there weren't many people who could make him feel a sense of danger. That old witch must have gotten a lot of benefits from Ice Dragon. Her current strength. I guess she might be stronger than Long Chin and Long Qin. White-Eyed Wolf sent a message. It's really different to have a backer. Frenzy could only sigh in the face of such a thing. If they had an existence like the Ice Dragon behind them to rely on, they would also be able to get whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, they didn't have that luck. Without Dragon King, the current dragons are even more terrifying than before. What is the meaning of Ice Dragon and Small Beast? They want Little Qin Zi to destroy the Divine Kingdom. Can't they do it with their strength? Do they want us to do it? White-Eyed Wolf frowned. I'm not sure about Ice Dragon's strength, but Small Beast's strength. I remember Snowflake and Bloodshed mentioned that many years ago, Small Beast swallowed an entire world in one gulp. You can imagine how terrifying that is. If even they can't deal with it, then the ruler of the Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid. Frenzy's face was full of worry. The road ahead was long and full of danger. The next day, not only Longchin, Frenzy, and White-Eyed Wolf didn't go to the battlefield, but Ryuko didn't go either. There was only one person on each side, Yun Xiang and Jiang Yinshuang. Although everyone was puzzled, no one dared to ask. However, one day after half a month, Ryuko finally appeared, accompanied by a dozen people. These people all had extraordinary auras. Among them, there were a few familiar faces. They were Jiangqin, Jiangxing, the blue-haired youth, and the others. As for the other faces he hadn't seen before, they all had the mark of the god race between their eyebrows. They were obviously the prodigies of the god race. Why is there only Yun Xiang? The group of people came to the battlefield and saw that there was only Yun Xiang on the Sky Cloud Realm's side. They couldn't help but be puzzled. I don't know. Long Chun and the others haven't appeared in the past half a month. Jiang Yinshuang shook his head. He's alone, Jiang Xing murmured. His eyes were full of resentment. Why don't we take the opportunity to entertain him? Although it had been so long, the scene of being suppressed in Soul Ceiling Valley was still vivid in his mind. All the time, he was thinking about revenge. All of you, behave yourselves. I don't want to cause any more trouble. Ryuko glanced at Jiang Xing and Jiang Chen with a cold light in his eyes. Their pupils shrank, and they lowered their heads in silence. Act natural. Don't let Yun Xiang notice anything unusual. Long Zi then swept his gaze over the others, especially the five among them. He gave them a serious look. Okay. The group of people nodded, and then silently stood behind Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang, quietly scanning the creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm. About a few hundred breaths later. Ryuko, Divine Lady, no? I didn't find anything either. Me too. The five people that Ryuko paid attention to secretly transmitted messages to Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang. Not a single one. Ryuko frowned. Yes. The five people secretly responded. Jiang Yinshuang looked at Ryuko and transmitted his voice. Could it be a misjudgment? Impossible. Since there is no one in our divine kingdom, they must be in the Sky Cloud Realm. Don't worry. There are countless creatures in the Sky Cloud Realm. The ones that have come to the battlefield now are just the tip of the iceberg. Let's wait. Sooner or later, one or two will appear, Ryuko secretly said. One or two is enough for us to turn the tables. Jiang Yinshuang muttered. It's best if your old enemy appears. In this way, your Eye of Life can evolve, and then we will have an immortal body. When facing Long Chun and the others, we will definitely be in an invincible position. Ryuko secretly laughed. Jiang Yinshuang's eyes were full of yearning when he heard this. On the opposite side. Yun Xiang glanced at the group of people with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Why were there so many people? And looking at their expressions, it seemed that something was wrong? It seemed that there was a need to tell Long Chen and the others. When Long Chen received the news, he pondered for a long time, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "Chener, come to see me immediately." His voice resounded over the dragon's nest. Whoosh! Very soon. Long Chen came to Long Chen's courtyard and directly pushed the door open and walked in. "Chener, I have a mission for you." Long Chen smiled slightly. "What mission?" Long Chen was suspicious. "This is a mission that only you can complete. You will go to the battlefield now and help Yun Xiang, but not to help him deal with the Divine Kingdom's supreme talents. You will use your fighting soul." Long Chen whispered a few words in Long Chen's ear. "I see." Long Chen suddenly understood and smiled confidently. "This is too easy for me. I promise to complete the mission. Then I will wait for your good news." Long Chen smiled and opened a space-time tunnel to send Long Chen away. When the space-time tunnel dissipated, Long Chen's eyes immediately shone with a wisp of light. These supreme talents of the Divine Kingdom only saw the fighting souls of him, the white-eyed wolf, the lunatic, and Qin Feiyang, but they did not know that his sister's fighting soul was also very terrifying. Just wait. Soon the truth would be revealed. On the battlefield. Seeing Long Chen appear, Yun Xiang immediately greeted him and asked suspiciously, "Why are you here?" "My brother asked me to investigate something," Long Chen secretly said and glanced at Ryuko opposite him, his eyes full of disdain. What kind of joke was this? How could he be worthy of her with this kind of conduct? Investigate what? Yun Xiang was puzzled. Their purpose of organizing this friendly match. Long Chen transmitted his voice. Yun Xiang was stunned and said in astonishment, "How are you going to investigate? The Divine Kingdom might have some ulterior motive for organizing this friendly match. However, these secrets were hidden in the other party's heart. How could Long Chen investigate? He could not force them to speak." Chapter 3988. Long Chen was stunned. She turned to look at Yun Xiang and asked, "Didn't Qin Feiyang and the others tell you about my ability?" "What ability?" These words left Yun Xiang scratching his head in confusion. "They didn't even tell you about this kind of thing. How much do they look down on me?" Long Chen snorted coldly. Yun Xiang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of ability was that? "You will know in the future," Long Chen whispered and looked up at Ryuko and the others. Her dark eyes were faintly glowing. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice. For example, at this moment, Ryuko and the others on the other side didn't notice at all. The Sky Prides who came to the Sky Cloud realm for the first time all looked at Long Chen curiously. "This woman seems to be very powerful," a young man from the God clan said. "She is Long Chen," Jiang Chen said secretly. "It's her." Knowing Long Chen's identity, the new Sky Pride's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. "I really can't figure it out. How can a place like the Sky Cloud realm cultivate such an outstanding woman? Ryuko, goddess, does the Sky Cloud realm have the inheritance of the ultimate profound?" Someone was suspicious. "Finally, there is a person with better vision." Long Chen laughed secretly. Hearing that she was outstanding, she felt very comfortable. Even the epitome of the laws can be regarded as a treasure. Will there be the inheritance of the ultimate profound in a place like this? Ryuko sneered secretly. In that case, Long Chen's ultimate profundity was comprehended by herself? This is too amazing! Incredible! Several Sky Prides muttered secretly. When Ryuko heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He looked at Long Chen from a distance and said quietly, "Do you have any repulsion towards her?" "Repulsion?" Long Chen was slightly taken aback. What did this mean? "No." 5 of them said secretly. "Then it seems that she is not the owner of the strongest battle soul." Ryuko was a little disappointed. Possessor of the strongest fighting soul? Long Qin frowned slightly. Suddenly, her gaze trembled slightly. Repulsion, possessor of the strongest fighting soul. Could it be that the 5 people who were secretly talking to Ryuko all possessed the strongest fighting soul? Immediately, Long Qin realized that this was an extremely important clue. He turned to look at Yunxiang and said, "Send me back to the dragon nest." "All right." Yunxiang nodded. He had just arrived, and now he wanted to leave. It was a little strange. However, he didn't ask any more questions. He opened a space-time tunnel and Long Qin immediately walked in. Dragon Lair? Sensing Long Qin's presence outside the courtyard, Long Qin immediately opened his eyes and walked out of the room. Looking at Long Qin standing outside the door, he smiled and said, "Why are you back so soon? There must be some gains." Long Qin smiled proudly. "You got something just like that?" Long Qin was dumbfounded. This efficiency was too fast. Long Qin turned and walked to the edge of the cliff. He looked down at a certain place in the mountains and asked, "Are Frenzy and White-Eyed Wolf both in seclusion?" "Yes." Long Qin followed to Long Qin's side and asked suspiciously, "Is there something that you can't let them know?" "I'm indeed thinking about this. You should know that possessors of the strongest fighting soul are basically people around Qin Feiyang." Long Qin transmitted his voice. "I know this." Long Qin nodded and asked doubtfully, "But does this have anything to do with the friendly competition?" "Of course it has something to do with it." Long Qin sneered and whispered, "If I'm not wrong, among those supreme talents who came this time, there are 5 possessors of the strongest fighting soul." "What?" Long Qin looked at Long Qin in shock. Long Qin immediately told Long Qin what he had heard without missing a word. Long Qin listened and pondered for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "Since they mentioned the word repelling, it seems to be true. So I came back to tell you immediately. Do you think the appearance of these 5 people is directly related to this friendly competition?" Long Qin frowned. Long Qin lowered his head and looked at the mountains with a thoughtful look. Seeing this, Long Qin did not disturb him. After a long time, Long Qin smiled and shook his head. These people really did put a lot of thought into this. "What do you mean?" Long Qin immediately asked. "I can roughly guess what they are going to do. They must grab the other half of the strongest fighting soul to fully evolve it. Only a complete strongest fighting soul can exert its incredible power. The friendly competition held by Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang should be to lure Mu Tianyan and the others out." Long Qin smiled and said, "In other words, they have the same plan as Mu Tianyan and the others?" Long Qin was surprised and doubtful. "Yes. Mu Tianyang and the others want to use this friendly competition to see if they can find their enemies and evolve their fighting souls. The Divine Kingdom is the same. I didn't understand why they would offer such a generous reward for a friendly competition. So this is their purpose." Long Qin shook his head. "They were really willing to pay a high price. You can't trap a wolf without risking your child. Who would be able to resist such a reward? But it turned out that Mu Tianyan and the others were smarter. They didn't directly show up," Long Qin said with a smile. Long Qin was stunned and said with a smile, "Qin, from what you said, it seems that you are looking down on the people of the Divine Kingdom. You can't blame me for looking down on them. They are stupid." Long Qin snorted coldly. "Wrong. The people of the Divine Kingdom are not stupid. It's just that they are unlucky to meet you." Long Qin shook his head. "Hey!" Hearing this praise, Long Qin seemed to have eaten a happy fruit and asked, "Then, should I tell Frenzy and the others about this matter?" Long Qin looked at the mountains below and pondered for a moment and said with a smile, "Let me think about it. You still have to work hard and continue to go to the battlefield to keep an eye on them. Find out what fighting souls they have." After that, he opened another space-time passage. "Okay." Long Qin nodded and stepped into the passage and quickly disappeared. It looks calm on the surface, but there is a hidden killing intent. This friendly competition is really interesting. However, he could also understand Ryuko and Jiang Yunshuang's approach. Now, facing Qin Fuyang's eye of heaven and the devil ancestor's eye of despair, the pressure on the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom was increasing. Moreover, his fighting soul, Frenzy's fighting soul, and White-Eyed Wolf's fighting soul could also threaten the Divine Kingdom. So now, the 5 people of the Divine Kingdom must find their enemies as soon as possible, including Jiang Yunshuang. If Jiang Yunshuang could snatch the Mermaid Princess's Eye of Life for her, there would be an earth-shaking change in an instant. In short, if the younger generation of the Divine Kingdom wanted to break the current passive situation, they must snatch the fighting souls of the Mermaid Princess and the others. At this moment, Long Chen was a little conflicted. The owners of these fighting souls were definitely good news for the Sky Cloud realm, because as long as the fighting souls of the Mermaid Princess and the others evolved, they would undoubtedly be more confident in dealing with the Divine Kingdom in the future. But these people had a deep relationship with Qin Feiyang. If he really helped them, they would definitely become his great enemy in the future. Wait. But suddenly, Mu Tianyang's eyes flashed. Among these people, there were also a few uncertain factors. As long as he could make good use of this, if he really fell out with Qin Feiyang, they would definitely become his trump card. Son of God. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out. A woman in a silver-white dress broke through the air like lightning and landed in front of Long Chen. This woman was the little princess of the dragons. Linglong, why are you here? Also, don't call me Son of God anymore, just call me Long Chen. Long Chen smiled slightly. How would I dare to call you by your name? Although her tone was very respectful, Linglong's expression was neither servile nor overbearing. Isn't a name used to be called? Long Chen shook his head and laughed, asking, Do you need something from me? Yes. Linglong nodded, looking expectantly at Long Chen, and said, What do you think about the matter I told you last time? When Long Chen heard this, his face suddenly sank, and asked, Do you really want to do this? I have no choice. If I don't take action, they will find me sooner or later. So, it's better to take the initiative. When this sentence was said, the woman seemed to have changed in an instant, and her eyes were sharper than a blade. Long Chen looked at Linglong, took a deep breath, and sighed. This is really not a trivial matter, because whether it succeeds or fails, you will face their anger. I have long been prepared. Linglong smiled. You little girl. Long Chen looked helpless, shaking his head, and said, This matter can't be rushed, and don't make it difficult for me. How about this? Let's see how the situation develops in the future. If it really comes to that point, I will help you. Then how long do I have to wait? And if the final situation is like this, then I will never be able to complete it, right? Linglong frowned. If it can really be like this, then wouldn't it be a very perfect ending? Linglong. I know you are not satisfied with the status quo, and want to be like us. But in fact, we are not happy. Although it seems that we are fighting with the heavenly talents of the Divine Kingdom, at the same time, we are facing a lot of pressure. To be honest, I am a little envious of you. You are carefree, and even if the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up. So, you really don't have to force it. Long Chen patiently explained. You are under pressure, but so am I. If you don't help me, then I will think of a way by myself. The worst that can happen is death. Linglong clenched her hands, and her eyes were full of determination. Absolutely not. Do you know why I forbade you from leaving the dragon nest after knowing about your fighting soul? I am protecting you. I did not even tell my biological sister and mother about your fighting soul, so I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. If you really insist on doing this, then I can only imprison you in my space divine item in the future. Long Chen's attitude was also very firm. When Linglong heard this, she was immediately unhappy. Chapter 3989. You're still not convinced? Actually, I've been patient enough with you. I repeatedly warned you to not come in contact with Qin Feiyang and the others. Yet, what did you do? Not long after they entered the Black Tortoise realm, you took the initiative to look for them. Long Chen's eyes were slightly cold. How do you know? Ling Long was flustered. I also know that you cooperated with Qin Feiyang to get rid of your brother. It was also you who told Qin Feiyang about the Eye of Heaven. Back then, the place where you met was in the Western continent. These words caused Ling Long to panic to the extreme. She really couldn't figure out why Long Chen knew so much. It was as if he saw it with his own eyes. Originally, your brother was very useful to me. But because of you, he lost the Eye of Heaven. But I don't blame you for this. After all, this is a fair battle between your big brother and Qin Feiyang. As the saying goes, those who bet must accept their loss. When you contacted Qin Feiyang, I didn't ask. Because I believe that you know what to do. But now, you've come to find me and urgently want me to help you. This is very irrational and immature behavior. Long Chen's face became colder. One had to know. After interacting with Frenzy and the others for so many years, his face had never changed. But now, it was obvious that his anger was erupting. Exquisite lowered her head, her body faintly trembling. Normally, Long Chen gave people a feeling that he was easy to get along with. But at this moment, Exquisite felt a great pressure from Long Chen, and her soul couldn't help but tremble. Do you know what the current situation is? Long Chen looked at her deeply, raised his head and looked in the direction of the land of buried gods, and whispered. The Divine Kingdom's strength is obvious to all. To deal with the Divine Kingdom, we have to join forces with Qin Feiyang to have a chance of winning. I know. Ling Long nodded. Then, do you know what will happen once the Sky Cloud Realm falls? Long Chen asked. Ling Long was silent. Let me tell you. If the Sky Cloud Realm falls, not only the creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm, but all the continents in the lower realm will suffer a catastrophe. Billions upon billions of living beings will welcome the end of the world. Long Chen retracted his gaze and looked at Ling Long. If such a disaster happened because of you, then you will be a sinner for all eternity. Can you bear this sin? Ling Long trembled uncontrollably, her face deathly pale. So now, our Sky Cloud Realm cannot have internal strife, especially Qin Feiyang and the others. We must maintain our current relationship. As for your matter, if you're willing to wait, then wait until the Divine Kingdom retreats. If you're not willing to wait, then give up. Long Chen said. Give up? Ling Long's body and mind trembled. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen. Not bad. You only have these two choices. If I find out that you went to Qin Feiyang again, I will kill you directly. His words were very calm, but they were full of great deterrence. Ling Long did not dare to have any objections. She lowered her head again, her face incomparably painful. Long Chen saw this and couldn't bear it. He stretched out his hand and straightened out the messy hair on her forehead. His expression eased a lot. He smiled and said, In fact, you don't need a war soul. You can still become a heaven's pride in the Sky Cloud Realm. Because your talent is better than all the princes and princesses. This was not false at all. Whether it was the first prince of the dragons or the second princess of the dragons, they were all afraid of this little princess. And you are very smart. You also know how to endure. I really don't want to see you embark on a path of no return. How about this? You go to my mother. She still has the inheritance of the ultimate profound. You tell her that I asked you to go, and she will arrange it for you. Long Chen smiled slightly. Ling Long's eyes suddenly trembled. She hurriedly looked up at Long Chen. Was this real? Was this a dream? Go. Long Chen patted Ling Long's head. There was a trace of affection on his face. It was like the love of a brother to his sister. Thank you. Ling Long bowed. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Then the grudge between me and my brother, you. I will not interfere in the grudge between you two. But it must be fair. Long Chen smiled. Understood. Ling Long nodded. The meaning of these words was quite obvious. He did not allow her to borrow Qin Feiyang's hand. If she wanted to take revenge, she would have to go and have a fair fight with the first prince of the dragons. Also, Qin or my mother, and I will leave the dragons sooner or later. You must not let me down. Long Chen turned around, looked at the horizon, and said with a smile. Ling Long had just turned around and was about to leave. When she heard these words, her body suddenly shook. She slowly turned around and looked at Long Chen's back. But Long Chen did not turn around. He did not say anything more. Ling Long took a deep breath, bowed and said, I will try my best. Then, without waiting for Long Chen's response, she turned around and flew away. Others may not understand, but she understood the hidden message in Long Chen's words. He wanted her to be the future Dragon King, to lead all the dragons. Time passed day by day. The friendly competition was in full swing. Anyone with the slightest bit of courage would have already tried it. However, although there were countless people from the Sky Cloud Field participating, the winning rate was too small. Apart from the battle with the demon ancestor, who won a complete victory, the people after were almost completely defeated. The only few times they won, they relied on the secluded old antiques of the various races. Even these old antiques were lucky to win because they challenged the humans of the Divine Kingdom. As for the God race, apart from Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan, no one dared to challenge them. Others were scared out of their wits when they saw the people of the God race. But Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others were specifically watching the people of the God race. With their strength, they were definitely not the opponents of the God race. But they were not afraid. After a crushing defeat, they rested for 2 days and continued to challenge. Anyway, the other party did not dare to take their lives. They might as well use these people to train themselves. Therefore, in every battle, they used all their strength and did not leave any leeway for themselves. Sometimes, even if they fell down and could not stand up, they still persevered. Such perseverance and fighting spirit, even the great geniuses of the Divine Kingdom could not help but look at them in a new light. They even investigated the situation of Pei Tianhong and the others. After some investigation, it turned out that these people were Qin Feiyang's subordinates. No wonder they had such courage. Where there was effort, there was gain. In battle after battle, Wang Changyuan and the 9 commanders broke through successively and comprehended the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law. Even though it wasn't the ultimate profundity of a strongest law, they were already very satisfied. Because when they were in the Western continent, they did not even dare to imagine that they would be able to comprehend an ultimate profundity in this life. Just like that, 10 years. An entire 10 years passed. The people of the Divine Kingdom were no longer unfamiliar to them. Even if they encountered the people of the Divine Kingdom in the 4 continents, they would not be nervous at all and would even speak a few words sometimes. Because they were used to it. On this day, Ocean of Cloud City, Tianwei Pavilion. Within a private room, over a dozen people sat around a table, and all of them were familiar faces. It was Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, the other commanders, and the demon ancestors group. Mu Qing looked at Pei Tianhong and the others and shook his head. All of you have really been influenced by Qin Feiyang. You're all so desperate. You already know. Pei Tianhong smiled. Right now, everyone in the Sky Cloud realm is talking about all of you. It's difficult not to know. Moreover, all of you should go and take a look for yourselves. Who doesn't say that all of you are desperate? Even the God race of the Divine Kingdom is worried when they see all of you. Do you know why they are worried? Endless challenges, but they can't kill all of you. It's hard to bear. Mu Qing shook his head. He really felt pity for the God race. They were completely treated as sparring partners by these people. Pei Tianhong and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard this. Dong Xingyang smiled. But all of you are quite formidable. You've all broken through in battle. Qin Feiyang has gained over a dozen more generals under his command. What do you mean by that? We are the young master's generals. The second commander spoke proudly. You're really arrogant. In the current situation, without an ultimate profundity, what can we do? Even if we comprehend the ultimate profundity of an ordinary law, it doesn't mean much. The most important thing is the ultimate profundity of a strongest law. So, not only you, the few of us have to work hard too. Otherwise, we will be thrown to the horizon by Qin Feiyang sooner or later. Mu Qing sighed. Thinking back to when he was in the great Qin and forgotten continent, he was similar to Qin Feiyang. But now, one was the sky, the other was the earth. They were not on the same level at all. They were both possessors of the strongest battle soul. Why was the difference so big? Actually, we still have to go out more to gain experience. For example, when the Sky Bell Divine Treasure opened, we should have gone to gain experience. Mu Tianyang shook his head as he drank his tea, feeling rather regretful. If he knew that the Sky Bell Divine Treasure had so many heaven-defying opportunities, he would have gone no matter what. If you guys want to go, the young master might not agree. After all, you guys are going to drag him down. Wang Changyuan chuckled. The few of them weren't angry. Even Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing weren't angry at all, but they rolled their eyes at Wang Changyuan. Have you guys gained anything in the past 10 years? Pei Tianhong asked. No. We've been to almost all the big and small towns on the 4 continents. Dong Xingyang sighed helplessly. Apart from the towns, aren't there still many small villages? Pei Tianhong said. You're underestimating the strongest battle soul too much. Those who possess the strongest battle soul all have extraordinary talent. How can they stay in a small village forever? Apart from the Divine Kingdom, there are only 3 major races left. We want to find time to visit the 3 major races. But, at this point, Dong Xingyang frowned, looking somewhat worried. Are you worried that the 3 major races won't let you guys go? Pei Tianhong asked. And Dong Xingyang nodded. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and analyzed. The Feng people shouldn't have any objections. As for the Kirin race, let's inform Qi Shaoyun in advance. With his relationship with the young master, it shouldn't be a big problem. The only difficult thing to deal with is the dragons. That's what we think too. The dragons are now under the control of Long Zun and Long Qin. Long Qin is still fine, but Long Zun and Long Qin, this pair of mother and daughter, won't be easy to get along with. Dong Xingyang smiled bitterly. Actually, we don't have to go personally. Fire Dance, Qi Shaoyun, Long Qin is from the 3 major races. They definitely know if anyone in the race has awakened the strongest battle soul. Can't we just ask them directly? Wang Changyuan looked at everyone and said, No. Fire Dance can be trusted now. But Long Qin and Qi Shaoyun, to be honest, I don't trust them at all. What if they're hiding something? Won't we just brush past each other? Brushing past each other is a small matter. The most terrifying thing is that Long Qin already knows about our battle souls. What if he's plotting against us behind our backs? So, we have to find an opportunity to confirm it personally. Mu Qing shook his head. He didn't know much about Qi Shaoyun, but if Long Qin was really plotting against them behind their backs, the consequences would be unimaginable. Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and looked at them. If you insist on going, then we can only ask Feng Zi and Brother Wolf for help. Mu Qing frowned and asked, Is there no other way? He really didn't want to ask Feng Zi and White-Eyed Wolf for help. There really isn't. If you go in your own name, let alone the dragons, even the Feng people might not give you any face. Pei Tianhong chuckled. Chapter 3990. In the current Tianyun realm, if you don't rely on the young master and the others, even if you have the strongest battle soul, it is useless. Blood Ancestor is still okay. The Eye of Despair has evolved. But for Mu Tianyang and the other 2, what use can the semi-finished strongest battle soul be? Any reclusive old antique from the 3 major clans is enough to make them suffer. Sigh. Mu Qing sighed deeply. Although he was a little unwilling, he could only do so. Pei Tianhong immediately sent a message to Man Man. However, after waiting for a while, Man Man didn't reply. He then sent a message to the White-Eyed Wolf. Buzz. The response this time was very quick. The image of the White-Eyed Wolf appeared. What is it? The White-Eyed Wolf looked at Pei Tianhong suspiciously. Pei Tianhong briefly explained the situation. The white-eyed wolf froze for a moment, the corner of his mouth pursed into a playful smile. Let them beg me, then I will help them. Mu Qing and Mu Tianyang's faces instantly darkened. Dong Xingyang also had a helpless expression. Pei Tianhong simply turned the sound transmission godstone and faced Mu Tianyang and the other two. Is it so difficult for you to lower your head and beg me? The white-eyed wolf looked at the three of them in ridicule. If you want to help, then help. If not, then forget it. Mu Qing snorted. You have personality, I like it. Then you guys have to think of a way yourselves. After the white-eyed wolf finished speaking, he turned off the sound transmission godstone. This bastard! Mu Qing was stunned. What kind of attitude was this? I know you are very powerful now, but you don't have to be so arrogant. After knowing each other for so long, you still don't understand the character of this wolf cub? A typical example of being amenable to coaxing but not coercion. The demon ancestor looked at Mu Qing helplessly. After so many years, this arrogant character should be put away. If you don't want to help, then don't help. I don't believe that if we leave them, we can't handle this matter. Mu Qing snorted coldly. Fine. You have the ability, you go. Anyway, I won't go and ask for trouble. The demon ancestor said indifferently. You're not going either? Mu Qing was stunned. He was counting on the fiend ancestor. Because the demon alpha's eye of despair had already evolved, the three races would definitely give the demon alpha some face. Mu Tianyang glanced at the demon ancestor and frowned. You are helping the white-eyed wolf to bully us. I didn't bully you. I just want you to personally experience the status of the white-eyed wolf and the others in the sky cloud realm. I'll explain it to you like this. If you leave them now, you will achieve nothing. If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. The demon ancestor said indifferently. I'll give it a try. Mu Qing snorted coldly and immediately got up to leave. You really won't cry until you're in the coffin. The fiend ancestor sighed. Pei Tianhong and the rest looked at each other and quietly followed, ready to watch the show. Let's go take a look too. Dong Xingyang looked at Mu Tianyang and the demon ancestor as he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Kanglan Snow Mountain! An invisible barrier enveloped half of the Kanglan Snow Mountain, blocking the invasion of ice and snow. After all these years, the barrier had long been filled with green mountains and clear waters. The Foam people lived here peacefully. Whoosh! A figure broke through the air and arrived. It was Mu Qing. Who is it? Before he could get close to the barrier, a middle-aged man rushed into the sky and blocked in front of Mu Qing. Mu Qing took a deep breath and cupped his hands. I am Mu Qing. I would like to enter the phoenix nest to take a look. I hope you can make an exception for me. Mu Qing? The middle-aged man sized up Mu Qing and shook his head. The Foam people have nothing to see. Please leave quickly. This attitude was already very polite. If it was the Foam people of the past, they would definitely chase him away directly. Mu Qing's expression stiffened and hurriedly said, I know Hu Wenchang. The middle-aged man had already turned and left. Hearing this, he couldn't help but stop and look at Mu Qing again. I'm not lying. Hu Wenchang and I are old friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask Hu Wenchang to come out. Mu Qing said anxiously. I'm sorry, the patriarch is not in the phoenix nest now. The middle-aged man said apologetically. Not here? Mu Qing frowned. Yes. The patriarch is in the land of the buried gods. He might only be back at night. Since you know the patriarch, why don't you contact him directly? If he agrees, I can let you enter the phoenix nest. The middle-aged man said. Can't you let me in now? Mu Qing frowned. No. Although the Foam people have an agreement with the Demon Palace, our phoenix nest is not a place you humans can enter as you wish. We respect you, so please respect us. The middle-aged man said expressionlessly. Mu Qing's expression was a little ugly. I knew it. With your prestige, you can't do it at all. At this moment, the demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang Dong Xingyang, Pei Tianhong and a group of people walked out of the space divine item. You followed me? Mu Qing raised his eyebrows. That's not the point. Pei Tianhong shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man. He cupped his hands and smiled. I'm Pei Tianhong. Please forgive me for offending you. The middle-aged man scanned the group of people. Wasn't this the demon ancestor? And Pei Tianhong and the rest. They were also Qin Feiyang's subordinates. What were these people doing in the phoenix nest? Whoosh! Suddenly, a golden figure appeared from a glacier not far away. Golden-winged Wolf King. The middle-aged man looked up and his expression changed drastically. Seeing the white-eyed wolf appear, Mu Qing's expression turned extremely ugly. Aren't you very capable? The white-eyed wolf walked over and looked at Mu Qing mockingly. Mu Qing looked at the middle-aged man and sent a sound transmission. Bastard, don't go too far. Leave me some face. The white-eyed wolf looked at the middle-aged man with disdain. He said indifferently, If brother wants to enter the phoenix nest, do I have to get the permission of my father-in-law? When he mentioned his father-in-law, his expression was very unnatural. No need, no need. The middle-aged man waved his hand and quickly ran to the front of the barrier. He took out a token and opened the barrier. Then, he retreated to the side and said respectfully, Lord Wolf King, please. The white-eyed wolf was very satisfied. He looked at Mu Qing and stepped into the phoenix nest. How shameless. Mu Qing secretly snorted. This is prestige. You have to admit it. Pei Tianhong chuckled and also stepped into the phoenix nest. After the group of people entered the phoenix nest, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Lord Wolf King, I will go and report to the ancestral patriarchs and ask them to welcome you personally. No need. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. When the middle-aged man heard this, he stood aside resentfully. Then, should we ask them to gather all the people of the Feng people? It will be easier to investigate. Pei Tianhong secretly asked. No need. If the Phoenix clan really has someone with the strongest fighting soul, they will definitely hide if they know about it in advance. So, we have to launch a surprise attack at this time so that they have nowhere to hide. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed, and he sent a sound transmission to Mu Tianyang and the other two. However, don't be too hopeful. Sister Feng has never told me that the Feng people have the strongest fighting soul. Regardless, we have to go and take a look. Dong Xingyang secretly said. Then follow me. The white-eyed wolf took a step forward and rushed to the center of the phoenix nest like lightning. While the white-eyed wolf was leading Mu Tianyang and the others to investigate the three major clans, in the Shen family village in the western mainland. Boom! A powerful aura rolled out from the back of the mountain. In the village, the children were playing. The elders in the village were also sitting outside and basking in the sun. However, the appearance of this aura did not cause a commotion. Everyone seemed to be used to it. Qin Feiyang was also sitting at the entrance of the village, drinking tea and playing chess with Shen Yilin. The two of them did not pay attention to the aura that suddenly erupted. However, Qin Feiyang had already turned into a middle-aged man. That's right. He now looked like a middle-aged man. His body was a little plump, and strands of white hair could be clearly seen at his temples. He was filled with an aura of vicissitudes. Opposite him, Shen Yulin looked at the chessboard, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He picked up a black piece and pressed it on a certain spot. The white piece on Qin Feiyang's side immediately became a dead end. Brother Gu Feng, admit it. Shen Yulin chuckled. Qin Feiyang glanced at the chessboard and shook his head. I didn't expect Brother Shen's chess skills to be so good. I haven't won a single game in 10 years. Even his voice was filled with the magnetism of a middle-aged man. He had been playing chess since he was young, and his skills were not bad. However, in front of Shen Yulin, he was like a child, unable to withstand a single blow. I'll let you win next time. Shen Yulin laughed loudly. After taking the Eternal Youth Elixir, his face was flush red and he was full of energy. How can I let you win in chess? Qin Feiyang shook his head. At this moment, the aura at the back of the mountain disappeared. After a while, a group of young men and women in their 20s ran out from the back of the mountain in high spirits. The leader was a woman. She was about 175 meters tall and had an exquisite figure. Although she was dressed very simply, it couldn't hide her elegant and refined temperament. Xiaojia, you've finally broken through. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang looked at the woman. It's all thanks to you, Brother Gu Feng. If it weren't for your guidance, how could I have broken through so quickly? The woman giggled. That's right. This was the little girl from back then. The group of young people behind her were also the children who followed behind this little girl back then. 10 years had passed. They had all grown up. Xinxiajia had already become a slender and elegant woman. Even that snotty kid had turned into a handsome young man. And the aura from before was the aura of Xinxijia's breakthrough. This was no longer a rare thing. Ever since Qin Feiyang took out the eternal youth elixir to help Shimulin prolong his life, the people in the village treated him like family. They had never said anything about letting him go. Moreover, after living together for so many years, no one had inquired about Qin Feiyang's background. For them, Qin Feiyang's background was no longer important. Because now, they had already regarded Qin Feiyang as a member of the village. And Qin Feiyang had also thoroughly integrated into the village life in these 10 years. He followed the men in the village to hunt, followed the women to plant vegetables in the fields, and played with the children in the village. Sometimes, even he forgot his true identity, and thought that he was Gu Feng. Similarly, if the children in the village encountered any difficulties in their cultivation, he would tirelessly guide them as if he was teaching his own children. Chapter 3991. It was also because of Qin Feiyang's guidance that the strength of the young people in the village had increased by leaps and bounds. One had to know. With his current cultivation, any casual word from him would be priceless advice to these young people. Just like the young people of Xinxijia's generation, they had been by Qin Feiyang's side since they were young. Not only had they been influenced by Qin Feiyang, their perseverance and potential had also far surpassed their peers. Xinxijia was only in her 20s. But in her 20s, she had already broken through to 1-star War Master. This was under the condition that the gate of potential had not been opened. If the gate of potential had been opened, it would have been even more terrifying. Big brother Gu Feng, I'm about to break through too. A handsome young man looked at Qin Feiyang and chuckled. This person was of course that snotty baby. Good. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Shimulin and smiled. Brother Shin, your village is full of talents. What do you mean by your village? Shouldn't you be talking about our village? Shimulin was displeased. Qin Feiyang was startled, then shook his head and laughed. That's right, our village. That's more like it. You've already lived here for 10 whole years. Look at everyone who has ever treated you as an outsider. So, don't treat yourself as an outsider. Shimulin smiled, then turned his gaze to Xinxiajia and the group of young people. He shook his head and said, As for them, if they didn't have your guidance, how could they be so outstanding? So this is all thanks to you. You're treating me like an outsider. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Shimulin looked at Xinxijia and smiled. You guys go and play first. Your big brother Gu Feng and I still want to play another round. What's the point of playing chess all day? Xinxiajia pouted, hugged Qin Feiyang's arm, and said, Big brother Gu Feng, accompany us out to hunt. That's right. I heard from Big Brother Dezhuang that a War King level Beast King has recently appeared in the mountains ahead. I really want to meet it. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Qin Feiyang expectantly. I think you guys are really arrogant. With your little strength, you dare to challenge a War King? Shin Dezhuang walked out from the nearby forest with a gigantic beast on his shoulder. It was a black tortoise. Although it was already dead, the aura it left behind was quite shocking. Brother Dezhuang, didn't you go to the city? Why are you carrying a ferocious beast back? Xinxiajia and the others surrounded him. I packed it on the way back. Shin Dazhuang threw down the black tortoise and ran in front of Qin Feiyang and Shin Nilan. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, big brother Gufeng." In the past 10 years, Qin Feiyang had given Shin Dazhuang plenty of pointers. Now, he was already a war god at the initial success stage. "I'm back." Shin Nilan smiled. "Yes." Shin Dazhuang nodded and brought over a stool. He sat beside the two of them and said excitedly, "I heard some shocking news today." Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment and asked with a smile, "What news?" Shin Dazhuang said, "In the battlefield of the land of buried gods, there is a group of people called the Gui Jianqiu." "Gui Jianqiu?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "Yes. I heard that the people of the Divine Kingdom can't help but worry when they see them." Shin Dazhuang nodded. "Who are they?" Qin Feiyang was curious. To be able to make the people of the Divine Kingdom worry, could it be the White-Eyed Wolf's group? But it couldn't be. If it was really the White-Eyed Wolf's group, there was no need to be so curious. "Dazhuang, tell us, who are they?" Shin Shijia and the group of young people also surrounded him with stars in their eyes. "What's the hurry? Look at me, I've said so much, but you don't know how to get a cup of water." Shin Dazhuang glared at the group of people. Okay, I'll go get it now." A young man turned and ran into the village. Soon, he came out with a bowl of water. Shin Dazhuang drank it in one go and let out a long breath. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Shin Nilan and said, "This group of people has a big background. The leader is the Blood Hall Master of the West Continent, Pei Tianhong. So it's them." Shin Nilan nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head and laughed. Shin Dazhuang asked suspiciously, "Big brother Gufeng, why are you shaking your head? Don't you believe me?" No. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. "What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can go to the city with me and ask around. Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and a few elders of the Blood Hall have all been on the battlefield these years. I heard that they specially targeted the people of the god race to challenge them. It's said that they all comprehended the ultimate profound during the battle." "Ultimate profound, I'm so envious." Shin Dazhuang looked at the sky with a yearning expression. "Comprehended the ultimate profound?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. It was really unexpected. "There's another news. It's said that the people of the Divine Kingdom wanted to kill someone called the Demon Ancestor, but they didn't succeed. In the end, they even compensated our Sky Cloud realm with an inheritance of the strongest law and ultimate profound." Shin Dazhuang said again. "Really?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Many people are talking about this. It should be true." Shin Dazhuang was also a little uncertain. After all, he didn't see it with his own eyes. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. Since it spread to such a remote place, then it should be true. These guys are not bad. They actually got an inheritance of the strongest law and ultimate profound. For the current situation, it was indeed good news. Shin Dazhuang asked, "Big brother Gufeng, do you know the person behind Pei Tianhong and the others?" "The person behind?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. "I guess that you didn't know. The person behind Pei Tianhong and the others is the famous Qin Feiyang of our Sky Cloud realm." Shin Dazhuang's face was full of admiration. Qin Feiyang laughed and asked, "Is this Qin Feiyang very powerful?" "Of course. Not only the people of our Sky Cloud realm, even the people of the Divine Kingdom who saw him were like mice seeing a cat. In recent years, the famous Man Nmo and the Golden-Winged Wolf King are his brothers," Shin Dazhuang said with a smile. "So it's like that." Qin Feiyang laughed. "I really want to meet this legendary figure. However, for small characters like us, it's probably harder than ascending to the sky to meet him." Shin Dazhuang sighed in disappointment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "It's not that exaggerated. Maybe you've already met him, but you just didn't notice. It's not exaggerated at all. After all, he's in existence standing at the top of the Sky Cloud realm. How could he come to meet a small character like me?" Shin Dazhuang said. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect that in the eyes of the world, he had become so unattainable. Don't think about such a big character. You guys go ahead. I'll play another game with Brother Gufeng. Shen Yulin waved his hand. Okay. Shen Dezhuang nodded, got up and looked at Shen Shaojia's group, and shouted, Come and help me deal with this black tortoise. After the group of young people left, Shen Yulin cleaned up the chess pieces on the chessboard while looking at Qin Feiyang. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang noticed Shen Yulin's abnormality and asked suspiciously. Brother Gufeng, although I don't know how strong you are, from the way you tested Dezhuang, you're definitely not an ordinary person. But why have you aged so much in the past 10 years? And your aura is getting weaker and weaker. Shen Yulin frowned. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile, Brother, you found out? A young man turned into an old middle-aged man in 10 years. It's hard not to notice such an obvious change. Shen Yulin glared at him angrily. Actually, it's nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head. How can it be nothing? You obviously have something to say. If you really treat us as a family, tell me the truth. Shen Yulin said. This? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said with a smile. All right then, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, I'm also nearing the end of my life. What? Shen Yulin's hands trembled, and the chess pieces in his hands fell to the ground. What's wrong? Hearing the commotion, Shen Dezhuang and the others immediately looked over. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said telepathically, Brother Shen, calm down, calm down. Shen Yulin looked at Shen Dezhuang and the others and said angrily, How can I calm down? Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already destined. What's there to worry about? Besides, what's the use of worrying? Worrying can't change fate, so it's better to accept it and live happily every day. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Shen Yulin was speechless. He shook his head and sighed. I really admire your attitude. You know my situation. To be honest, before I took the Eternal Youth Elixir, I couldn't be as calm as you. Qin Feiyang smiled and bent down to pick up the chess pieces on the ground. Shen Yulin sighed and also bent down to pick up the chess pieces. But suddenly, he was stunned and said telepathically, Brother, don't you have the Eternal Youth Elixir? I've already taken one. The Eternal Youth Elixir is the same as the Life Extension Elixir. It can only be taken once. The second time will have no effect. Qin Feiyang smiled. Shen Yulin's expression froze. He looked at Qin Feiyang silently. Qin Feiyang looked at Shen Yulin and shook his head. Brother Shen, you don't have to sympathize with me. I'm not sympathizing with you. I'm just sad for you. Shen Yulin sighed. Although they had only known each other for 10 years, he could already tell that this was a kind person. Why was he facing such a desperate situation? If it was something else, he would try his best to help. But when it came to the end of one's lifespan, even if a deity came down, there was nothing he could do. Please don't be sad. It's because I saw that the people in the village are simple and kind. Everyone is living happily. That's why I decided to stay and live the rest of my life peacefully. Qin Feiyang smiled. Hearing this, Shen Yulin picked up all the chess pieces. Looking at the smile on Qin Feiyang's face, he seemed to be relieved. He smiled and said, Okay, I promise to keep it a secret for you. I also promise to let you live the rest of your life peacefully. Thank you. Qin Feiyang smiled gratefully. You. Shen Yulin shook his head and smiled. Then let's continue. Okay. This time, I'll definitely win. Qin Feiyang nodded and laughed heartily. Chapter 3992. After several days of investigation, the Foam people and the Kirin clansmen were all excluded. Almost nothing was missed. The white-eyed wolf didn't even let go of the spatial divine items. Although spatial divine items could be hidden, they couldn't hide from his divine sense. No matter whose spatial divine item it was, he had to check it. He didn't even let go of Qi Shaoyun's spatial divine item. Of course, Qi Shaoyun was also very cooperative. Finally, A group of people arrived at the dragon lair. What's going on? Long Chen looked at the group of people with a stunned expression. The white-eyed wolf grinned and said, Aren't we here to see if you have the people we need hidden here? Long Chen was stunned and shook his head speechlessly. If I did, I would have told you long ago. That's not necessarily true. Back then, you didn't tell us about the first prince of the Dragon's Eye of Heaven, right? The white-eyed wolf looked at him mockingly. Fine. There's no point in talking too much. Look for it yourself. Long Chen shrugged helplessly. However, at this moment, Long Chen flew through the air and stood in front of the white-eyed wolf and the others. She said coldly, Do you think you can check just because you want to? What kind of place do you think our dragon lair is? I'm not in the mood to mess with you now. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Am I messing with you? Get lost immediately. Long Chen stood on the barrier, and her eyes flashed coldly. The white-eyed wolf narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. Suddenly, he turned to Long Chen and laughed. Are you feeling guilty? Long Chen's pupil shrank slightly, but he immediately concealed it and looked at Long Chen with a smile. Chener, just let them check. No. Do they really think our dragon lair is a place where they can come and go as they please? Long Chen snorted coldly. She had also returned from the land of buried gods. Since she had returned from the land of buried gods, she had naturally found the answer Long Chen wanted. Damn woman, I'm not joking with you. Get out of the way immediately. White-eyed wolf's gaze turned cold. You still want to threaten me? Long Chen shouted angrily. If you continue to stop me like this, then I have reason to suspect that you are hiding something. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with killing intent. Strands of the power of law spread out. The law of time, the law of death, the law of karma. There was also his newly fused inheritance, the law of space and time. The power of the four supreme laws surged in the void behind the white-eyed wolf like rolling waves, exuding a destructive aura. Long Chen's face darkened when he saw this. Long Chen stepped forward and pulled Long Chen away. He said in a low voice, Let them investigate. But, Long Chen frowned. This wolf cub's attitude was too arrogant. Furthermore, it was clear that he did not trust them. All right. It's not like we'll lose anything. Long Chen smiled faintly. You have a good temper. Long Chen snorted. He was extremely unhappy. Long Chen smiled, looked at White-Eyed Wolf, and asked, Do you need me to gather all the people of the dragons? That would be for the best. White-Eyed Wolf withdrew the power of laws. Long Chen had long known about Mu Tianyan and the others' war souls, so there was no need to launch a surprise attack because it was meaningless. Everyone listen to my order and gather immediately. Remember, everyone, Long Chen said. His voice was like a bell, resounding throughout the entire dragon's nest. As soon as his voice fell, figures rushed out from the mountains in all directions, rushing over in a steady stream. Among them, there were many familiar faces. The patriarchs of various clans. The princes and princesses of various clans. The elders of various clans and reclusive antiques. There were also the followers of the princes and princesses. As soon as these people arrived, their gazes fell on White-Eyed Wolf. White-Eyed Wolf could feel many gazes full of hatred. For example, the second princess of the dragons, the third prince, and the others. These people, whether it was towards White-Eyed Wolf, Qin Feiyang and Frenzy, were full of resentment. However, today, they were no longer on the same level as Qin Feiyang and the others. It could even be said that, now in front of Qin Feiyang and the others, they had to humbly call themselves juniors. So, White-Eyed Wolf was too lazy to glare at them and directly ignored them. This was a very realistic problem. Although you were once my opponents, now you are no longer worthy. It was very efficient. In just a few hundred breaths, tens of thousands of divine dragons had gathered in front of them. Of course, most of them were in human form, and only the newborn dragons had the body of a divine dragon. This efficiency also reflected Long Chen's current status among the dragons. Look carefully. White-Eyed Wolf looked at Mu Qing and the other two and said, The three of them rose into the air and scanned everyone in the dragons. At the same time, White-Eyed Wolf's spirit sense rolled out and enveloped the entire dragon's lair in an instant. Immediately, he raised his eyebrows. There were still two people who hadn't arrived. These two people, one was Long Zun, and the other was the little princess of the dragons. Long Chen looked at White-Eyed Wolf and said, "If you want to investigate anyone else, you can, but only my mother. This is my bottom line." "Is that little princess of the dragons also your bottom line?" White-Eyed Wolf asked. "Ling Long is a very obedient and sensible girl, so my mother kept her by her side. If you want to investigate her, you have to ask my mother's opinion." Long Chen smiled faintly. White-Eyed Wolf frowned imperceptibly. Frankly speaking, he was really a little afraid of Long Zun. But what he was afraid of was not Long Zun's strength. No matter how strong Long Zun was, he was not afraid. The reason he was afraid was Ice Dragon. After all, this woman was Ice Dragon's wife and could not be offended. Putting this matter aside for the time being, White-Eyed Wolf continued to search the dragon's lair. Finally, his divine sense searched the entire dragon's lair. Other than Long Zun, Ling Long, and Man who was in seclusion, he did not find anyone else. "Don't worry. I knew that you would come sooner or later, so even the clansmen who were participating in the friendly competition in the land of the buried gods have been recalled in advance." Long Chen smiled. White-Eyed Wolf retracted his divine sense and turned to look at Long Chen. "You really have foresight, but if that's the case, then can I also understand that you knew we would come, so you also made arrangements in advance?" "What do you mean?" Long Chen raised his eyebrows. "Slowly comprehend it yourself." After White-Eyed Wolf finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Dong Xingyang and the other two. The three of them slowly retracted their gazes with a trace of disappointment in their eyes. Then they landed beside White-Eyed Wolf and shook their heads. "Could it be that they are really in the Divine Kingdom?" White-Eyed Wolf frowned. Suddenly, he once again released his divine sense and shrouded the thousands of dragons in front of him. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't seen it, but when he did, he was shocked. There were at least hundreds of thousands of divine spatial items on these dragons. White-Eyed Wolf's eyes flashed. He looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and said, "Investigate their divine spatial items. Devil Ancestor, Pei Tianhong, Wang Chang Yuan, help me." "What?" The people of dragons were in an uproar. This is too much. They were already very polite to cooperate with the investigation, but now they want to investigate their divine spatial items. "Brother Wolf, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Long Chen also frowned. "Little Chen, why is it inappropriate? Since we have already found this place, we naturally have to get to the bottom of it. Not only them, do you want me to take a look at your divine spatial items as well?" White-Eyed Wolf turned around and looked at the siblings. "Bastard, you've gone too far!" Long Chen immediately pounced on him angrily. White-Eyed Wolf took a step and calmly avoided him. He landed beside Long Chen and laughed. "Don't worry, I'm only interested in people now. I will not touch your treasures." "All right, I'll do as you say." Long Chen was helpless. He waved his hand and the two of them appeared in an unfamiliar place. This was a vast expanse of land. There were mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. Dense essence chi permeated the air like white mist. The entire land was cultivated with countless medicinal herbs, fruit trees, and even a tea garden. But other than that, there was nothing else. White-Eyed Wolf said in astonishment, "There's even a sun, moon, and stars. Is this also an independent world?" Long Chen was amused when he heard this. "Do you really think that an independent world is like a cabbage that can be found everywhere? The sun, moon, and stars here were all formed by his law." White-Eyed Wolf smiled embarrassedly and released his spirit sense to cover the entire land. He did not find a single living thing. This should be a place that Long Chen specially used to cultivate medicinal herbs. "How is it?" Long Chen asked with a smile. Cough, cough. White-Eyed Wolf coughed dryly, looking slightly embarrassed. But suddenly, His gaze swept across the tea garden with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Seeing this, Long Qin decisively took White-Eyed Wolf and left the spatial divine object. White-Eyed Wolf was stunned for a moment. Glancing at Pei Tiahong and the others, he moved closer to Long Qin and laughed. Young man, not bad, you're hiding such a treasure. Long Chen's mouth twitched, and secretly said, I'll tell you, but you must not tell Qin Feiyang. Then is there any hush money? White-Eyed Wolf looked at him sneakily. No. Long Chen's face suddenly darkened. This damn wolf cub really did not miss any opportunity to blackmail. You should know that little Qinzi's favorite tea is this. If he knows that you're hiding so much divine tea, he will definitely keep an eye on you. White-Eyed Wolf laughed. That's right. In the tea garden, he found at least 3 different kinds of tea trees, and they were all divine tea. Long Qin glanced at him and said lightly, Up to you. At most, I'll give a few to Qin Feiyang. In short, if you want to blackmail me, there's no way. I can't spoil this guy's bad habit. You win. White-Eyed Wolf glared at him, then looked at Long Qin and said, Little fairy, let's go. Little fairy? Long Qin was stunned. This name sounded quite comfortable. It seemed that this wolf cub was not so hateful and had good taste. Hey, what are you waiting for? I said you're a little fairy. Do you really think you're a little fairy? Why don't you look in the mirror? You're more like a little witch. White-Eyed Wolf pursed his lips. White-Eyed Wolf. Long Qin suddenly roared in anger, took out an intermediate dominator divine weapon, and attacked White-Eyed Wolf. Damn. Are you crazy? White-Eyed Wolf's face changed greatly, and he turned around to run. His battle soul was powerful, but it could not do anything to a dominator divine weapon. Not to mention it was an intermediate dominator divine weapon. Chapter 3993. Serves you right. Who told you to be arrogant? It's best to kill you with one sword. The people from the dragons were all gloating as they watched the White-Eyed Wolf escape. Long Qin touched his chin and looked at the White-Eyed Wolf and Long Qin, but his expression was somewhat thought-provoking. Don't you feel that the two of them are quite compatible? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Long Qin was slightly stunned and turned his head to look. Unknowingly, Demon Ancestor was standing beside him. At this moment, he was also laughing as he looked at the two chasing White-Eyed Wolf. Cough, cough! Long Qin coughed and shook his head. Don't talk nonsense. The Golden-Winged Wolf King is already taken. It's not a problem to marry another one, Demon Ancestor said. Long Qin looked at Demon Ancestor in shock. Demon Ancestor laughed. What a pair of enemies! If they really come together, for us, it's really a good thing. The more you say, the more you go overboard. Long Chen's face darkened. Isn't that so? Although we haven't been in contact much, I know that you don't want to pursue the past. But there's no other way. This isn't something you can decide. You have to consider your mother and your sister. So, as long as we have a marriage, your troubles will naturally be solved. I don't believe that your mother will force you to kill her future son-in-law. Similarly, if we have a marriage, the grudge between Qin Feiyang and your father can also be resolved. Look, what a perfect ending! Demon Ancestor laughed. Long Qin looked at Demon Ancestor in a daze. After a long while, he shook his head and laughed. I really didn't expect that the person who understands me the most in this world is actually you. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game clearly. The reason why Qin Feiyang and the rest can't see through you is because they value you too much. But I'm different. In my eyes, you're no different from others. There's trouble, pain, helplessness, and also a goal that you want to pursue. Demon Ancestor laughed. Long Qin was stunned and asked with a smile. Then, what do you think I want to pursue? World peace. Family reunion. A normal life. Demon Ancestor said. Even Long Qin couldn't help admiring the Devil Ancestor for being able to see through everything. He nodded and sighed. Not bad. That's all I want. It's not much, and it's not excessive. But to me, it's an extravagant hope. It's the same. Look at Qin Feiyang. That's all he wants. However, there are many things in this world that are beyond our control. Demon Ancestor sighed. Yes. He nodded. The Demon Ancestor faintly smiled. Then, he continued to help investigate the Space God item. Enemy, Longqin muttered. Looking up at the white-eyed wolf and Longqin, who were still chasing each other, a smile gradually crept onto his face. Don't say. Looking at them seriously, they were really a good match. Wait. What was he thinking? As a man, how could he sacrifice his sister's happiness in exchange for an easy life? However, what if they really liked each other and fell in love with each other? In that case, it would not be considered a sacrifice. Instead, he would find happiness. But then, how would he solve Fire Dance's problem? Demon Ancestor's words made Long Chen's mind very confused. A moment passed. Long Qin walked over proudly. The white-eyed wolf followed behind with a gloomy face, staring at Long Qin's back. His eyes were full of anger, as if to say, "If you have the ability, put down the sovereign divine weapon and fight with me. That's enough." Long Qin calmed down and looked at the two helplessly. "Who's messing with him? If it wasn't for you, I would have crippled him." Long Qin's face was full of disdain. "You talk as if you're very strong. If it wasn't for the dragon's territory, I would have trampled you on the ground." The white-eyed wolf rubbed the big meat bun on his forehead and snorted coldly. The meat bun was naturally beaten up by Long Qin. "Why don't you try?" Long Qin took out the sovereign divine weapon again. The white-eyed wolf took a big step forward and hid behind Long Qin. He said angrily, "Little Qin, don't you care about your sister? With such a fiery temper, no one would want her even if she gave herself to him." "You!" Long Qin gritted his teeth. Stop. Long Qin rubbed his forehead and turned to the white-eyed wolf. He said, "Do you still want to check her spatial divine item? What's wrong with these two? They fight every time they see each other. They don't even stop for a moment." "Of course." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "Then it's settled. You're a man. Why are you fighting with a woman?" Long Qin said helplessly. Long Qin was unhappy again. He looked at Long Qin unhappily and said, "Brother, why do I feel like I'm being unreasonable?" No. You're right. It's not a problem to complete it." Long Qin quickly comforted him. "How tiring!" The white-eyed wolf rubbed his forehead and looked at Long Qin. He said, "Hurry up. Don't waste everyone's time." Long Qin reluctantly put away the sovereign divine weapon and entered the spatial divine item with the white-eyed wolf. "Maybe it'll work," Long Qin murmured. The fiercer the fight, the more they'll care about each other. It's hard for the person involved to notice this kind of thing, but it's easy for others to notice. In the blink of an eye. A few days passed. The inspection of all the spatial divine items was finally completed. Mu Tianyang and the other two were extremely disappointed because they didn't find their old enemy. Dong Jingyang said, "Now we can basically confirm that things are going in the worst direction." "Yes. The person we're looking for is most likely in the Divine Kingdom." Mu Tianyang nodded. "The worst direction?" The white-eyed wolf was stunned. What did he mean? "If our old enemy is in the Sky Cloud realm, then even without your help, we can snatch it with our current strength. But if it's someone from the Divine Kingdom, at that time, while snatching the war souls, we'll also be in great danger. Because the Divine Kingdom's strength is too strong." Dong Jingyang sighed. "That's true." The white-eyed wolf nodded and rolled his eyes. He looked at Long Qin and said, "Forget about your mother. Everyone has seen her in the ancient realm. But I have to see the little princess of the dragons." "Up to you. But you can't offend my mother." "That's the premise," Long Qin said. "How troublesome." The white-eyed wolf snorted and led the demon ancestor and the others to fly toward the mountains not far away. "Let's go." Long Qin looked at the people around him and ordered. He also took Long Qin and chased after the white-eyed wolf and the others. Most people immediately turned around and left. But some people turned to look at the white-eyed wolf and the others. The second princess and the others were among them. I'm really not convinced. Why can they ride on our heads and behave so atrociously? The prince of the Blood Dragon clan clenched his fists, his face full of hostility. Why? That's because of their strength. If you have their strength, you can also be so arrogant. In short, we're no longer people of the same world as them. The second princess sighed. Isn't it all someone's fault? If he hadn't lost to Qin Feiyang back then and allowed Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven to evolve, would Qin Feiyang be so heaven-defying now? The prince of the White Dragon clan sneered and glanced at the first prince of the dragons not far away. He didn't lower his voice, and it fell clearly into the first prince of the dragon's ears. The first prince of the dragons looked at them and said coldly, "Since you're so powerful, why didn't anyone kill them back then? When you went to deal with them, it seems that Qin Feiyang's Eye of Heaven hadn't evolved yet." You! The princes and princesses glared at the first prince. Things have already come to this, and there's no way to change it. Instead of blaming the heavens and blaming others, it's better to work hard and strive to catch up to them. Look at our little sister. In the blink of an eye, she's already connected with the dragon sovereign. The first prince of the dragons glanced at them and turned to leave quickly. Ling Long. The group of princes and princesses looked at the place where the dragon sovereign was, their eyes filled with jealousy. This woman was really something. She had unknowingly gained the favor of the dragon sovereign and was even allowed to stay by his side. No one knew what kind of fortune she had obtained. At the same time, behind the crowd, the silver dragons looked at the dragon sovereign's residence with a worried expression and muttered, "Ling Long, don't let them see your battle soul." A small stream meandered down from the mountainside. The stream water was clear. On both sides, the vegetation was lush and the scenery was pleasant. Beside the small stream, there was an antique pavilion. At this moment, on the balcony of the attic, there was a graceful and elegant woman sitting there. This person was the dragon sovereign. In front of her was a round table with an incense burner on it. Wisps of green smoke floated, emitting a faint fragrance. Next to her, there was also a teacup with the fragrance of tea. She sat on a bamboo chair with her eyes slightly closed, as if she was resting. Lord Dragon Sovereign is really leisurely. This junior is a little envious. Accompanied by laughter, the white-eyed wolf led the demon ancestor and the group to the pavilion. The Dragon Sovereign did not open his eyes. There was no response. It was as if he did not hear anything. Long Qin and Long Qin followed and landed on the balcony. "Mother!" Long Qin wanted to say something, but the Dragon Sovereign raised his hand to stop him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked down at the white-eyed wolf, a cold light flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the demon ancestor, Pei Tianhong, and the others could faintly feel a sense of oppression. But the white-eyed wolf did not seem to feel it. He took a step forward and directly stepped onto the balcony. He looked at the empty bamboo chair opposite the Dragon Sovereign and sat down on it. "After so many years, you are still so presumptuous." The Dragon Sovereign looked at the white-eyed wolf sitting opposite him, and the cold light in his eyes slowly disappeared. "After so many years, you are still so domineering." The white-eyed wolf's eyes flashed with a touch of ridicule. He looked at Long Qin and said, "Woman, why are you so insensible? The guest is already sitting here. Why don't you hurry and pour tea for the guest?" Long Qin rolled her eyes and pointed at the stream next to them. "There is water there. You can drink as much as you want. Lord Dragon Sovereign, look at this, your precious daughter really can't do it. I'm worried about her future." The white-eyed wolf sighed. "Bastard, don't talk nonsense in front of my mother." Long Qin glared fiercely. "Can I speak the truth?" The white-eyed wolf laughed and looked around. He asked curiously, "Where is the little princess? Why don't I see her?" The Dragon Sovereign picked up the teacup on the table and slowly took a sip. Then he said, "Is there something you need from Ling Long?" "Lord Dragon Sovereign, aren't you asking the obvious? Besides, if there is nothing, would I dare to disturb your cultivation?" In any case, you are an elder. The white-eyed wolf grinned. When the word elder came out of his mouth, it was completely different. Chapter 3994. Long Chen was very nervous now. He was afraid that the white-eyed wolf's behavior would anger his mother. But unexpectedly, Longzun was not angry. While drinking tea, he looked at the white-eyed wolf indifferently. That kind of gaze was full of coldness, as if he was looking at a clown. On the contrary, the white-eyed wolf was a little annoyed. He was most annoyed by others looking at him like this. This made Ancestor Devil and the others nervous, because they all knew the white-eyed wolf's temper. Once the white-eyed wolf's anger was aroused, he would even dare to provoke the emperor. You must calm down. Now is not the time to fight. Fortunately, the white-eyed wolf did not flare up. Although he was usually a little unreliable, he still had a sense of the big picture. Not to mention, now that there was no Qin Feiyang, he had to be more careful with every matter. He said indifferently, Lord Longzun, let's not stare at each other here. Quickly let Linglong out. Linglong is now my adopted daughter. What qualifications do you have to let her out? Longzun said indifferently. Adopted daughter? The white-eyed wolf was shocked. Ancestor Devil and the others also looked at each other. What was so outstanding about this little princess of the dragons that made Longzun value her so much, and even take her as his adopted daughter? At the same time, Long Chen also frowned without leaving a trace. Looking at the reaction of the white-eyed wolf and the others, he said, Mother, you shouldn't say that. I said that because I'm protecting her at your request. Is there a problem? Longzun was suspicious. You do have good intentions, but the effect will be counterproductive. Long Chen sighed secretly. Counterproductive? Longzun was puzzled. That's right. If you don't show that you care so much, they won't be suspicious. But now you said that Linglong is your adopted daughter. Then they will definitely guess why you value Linglong so much? In short, hearing what you said, they are now more interested in Linglong. Long Chen sighed secretly. When Revered Dragon heard this, he transmitted his voice. I was careless. What do we do now? What else can we do? Right now, they will definitely only leave when they see someone. Let Linglong come out. We have to face them sooner or later. Long Chen thought. He could only hope that the white-eyed wolf would not let Linglong activate her fighting soul in front of everyone. Longzun put down his teacup and looked at the white-eyed wolf. He said coldly, Fine, I'll let Linglong come out. But you'd better behave yourself. After the examination, get lost immediately. You can rest assured. If there's nothing important, I won't disturb your meditation. The white-eyed wolf sneered. That better be the case. Longzun snorted coldly and turned to look at the inner room. He said indifferently, Linglong, come out. Not long after he finished speaking, Linglong pushed open the door and quickly walked out, obediently standing behind Longzun. The white-eyed wolf immediately winked at Mu Tianyang and the other two. He then raised his head and looked at Linglong. He smiled and said, Long time no see. Receiving the order, Mu Tianyang and the other two immediately stared at Linglong. Linglong looked at the white-eyed wolf indifferently and did not say anything. She was very calm. The white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered as he glanced at Mu Tianyang and the other two. The three of them shook their heads and did not reject Linglong. The white-eyed wolf frowned. Without the strongest fighting soul, how could she be protected by Longzun? Could it be, immediately? He released his divine thought and shrouded Linglong. Just then, Longzun waved his hand and dispersed the white-eyed wolf's divine thought. He said indifferently, You don't have to search her. There is indeed a space divine item in her body. Linglong, take it out and let him check. Linglong nodded. With a wave of her hand, a palm-sized ancient pagoda appeared and flew in front of the white-eyed wolf. Looking at the ancient pagoda floating in front of him, the white-eyed wolf's eyes flickered. He immediately entered the ancient pagoda and began a thorough search. But in the end, He found some spirit veins, crystal veins, and herbs. It seems that Long Zun values this woman's talent. The white-eyed wolf muttered and took a deep look at Ling Long. He then looked at Mu Tianyang and the others and said, "Let's go." It seemed that the person they were looking for was really in the Divine Kingdom. At the same time, seeing the white-eyed wolf and the others rise into the air and leave without looking back, Long Qin could not help but let out a long breath. "Brother, what are you nervous about?" Long Qin looked at Long Qin suspiciously. "You don't understand." Long Qin waved his hand. Long Qin was displeased. "If you don't explain it, of course I don't understand." She looked at Long Zun again. "I don't know either. Anyway, your brother just asked me to protect Ling Long." Long Zun shook his head and smiled bitterly. She was also puzzled by Long Chen's actions. It was obviously impossible to say that it was because of Ling Long's talent. Ling Long was still a distance away from being a true genius. But other than talent, what other reason could there be? Wait. Could it be that this guy had taken a fancy to this girl? Long Zun looked at Long Qin. It seemed that this was the only reason that made sense. Not bad, not bad. Finally, he was moved. Ling Long was still a little bit away from being his daughter-in-law. But as long as Long Qin liked her, it was fine. "Mother, don't let your imagination run wild in your mind." Long Qin looked at Long Zun and said helplessly, "You know what I'm thinking?" Long Zun pursed his lips and teased, "I came out of your stomach. How can I not know what you're thinking?" Long Qin shook his head. "Since you know what I'm thinking, then hurry up. I want to hold my grandson soon." Long Zun smiled secretly. As expected. Long Qin smiled bitterly. Strange. White-eyed wolf. After leaving the attic, he had been thinking about it, and felt that something was wrong. "What's wrong?" Pei Tianhong looked at him suspiciously. White-eyed wolf frowned and said, "Did you notice that both Long Zun and Long Qin care about this woman?" "Long Zun does care about her, but Long Qin, my attention was on Long Zun and Ling Long before. I didn't pay attention to him." Pei Tianhong pondered for a while and shook his head. "You didn't notice, but I did. I feel that Long Qin seems to be more nervous than Long Zun. This is what I can't figure out. How can someone like Long Qin be nervous about a woman who doesn't have a close relationship with him? Moreover, even if Ling Long has a close relationship with him, as long as he doesn't do anything wrong, there's nothing to be nervous about." White-eyed wolf frowned and suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Everyone also stopped and looked at him in confusion. "I know Long Qin too well. Even if the sky falls down, he won't change his color. There must be a reason behind this." White-eyed wolf's eyes flashed and suddenly asked, "Who knows what Ling Long's battle soul is? We don't have much interaction with her. How could we know her battle soul?" Demon Ancestor was speechless. At this time, a young man with dragons passed by. White-eyed wolf's eyes lit up and immediately rushed over and blocked the young man with dragons. "Golden Wings Wolf King." The young man with dragons was shocked and a trace of panic appeared on his face. "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. I just want to ask you something. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't make things difficult for you." White-eyed wolf comforted him. "WH. What is it?" The young man with dragons trembled and asked. "Do you know the little princess of dragons?" White-eyed wolf asked. "Dang." The young man with dragons stammered and couldn't say a complete sentence. "Dang, dang, dang, what nonsense." White-eyed wolf's face darkened and said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me." "Yes, yes, yes." The young man with dragons quickly nodded and said, "She is the princess of the Silver Dragon clan. Of course I know her." "Then do you know what her battle soul is?" White-eyed wolf asked curiously. "Battle soul?" The young man with dragons was stunned. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I don't know." "You don't know?" White-eyed wolf was stunned. Ling Long was the little princess and the focus of attention. How could he not know her battle soul? "I really don't know. Because she has never activated her battle soul." Many people in the clan used to say that she might not have a battle soul. The young man with dragons said. No battle soul? White-eyed Wolf and Pei Tianhong looked at each other. How was this possible? Although there were people in this world who couldn't activate their battle soul, as long as one's talent was good, they could activate their battle soul. Ling Long's talent was not bad. It didn't seem right that she didn't activate her battle soul. Is there anything else? The young man with dragons asked nervously. No, go! White-eyed Wolf waved his hand. Immediately, the young man with dragons ran away like lightning as if he had been granted amnesty. Brother, am I that scary? White-eyed Wolf was speechless. He looked at Pei Tianhong and the others and said, What do you think of this matter? As the little princess of the dragons, it is indeed a little unreasonable for her to not activate her battle soul. Wang Changyuan nodded. Could it be that she is hiding her battle soul? The ninth commander was bewildered. Hiding? Mu Tianyang and the other two looked at each other and frowned. But when we saw her, we didn't feel a trace of rejection. Is there any way to avoid this kind of rejection? White-eyed Wolf asked curiously. No. This is the fate of the possessor of the strongest battle soul. Once they meet, nothing will be able to cut off the connection between them. Dong Xingyang shook his head. White-eyed Wolf heard and sighed. Then it seems that we are thinking too much. She might not have activated her battle soul. No. Suddenly, Demon Ancestor's eyes flashed and said, Although Mu Tianyang and the others did not reject Ling Long, it does not mean that she does not have a battle soul. It is possible that she has activated another strongest battle soul. White-eyed Wolf was stunned when he heard this. Then, he slapped his head. That's right. For example, Ling Long had activated the Eye of Heaven. When Mu Tianyang and the other two saw her, they naturally would not reject her. Because of this rejection, there must be two similar battle souls. In that case, Ling Long was still suspicious. It was possible that she was one of the possessors of the Eye of Reincarnation, the Eye of Destruction, the Eye of Oblivion, and the Eye of Nothingness. Then do we still need to go back and investigate? Pei Tianhong asked. This? White-eyed Wolf pondered for a while and said with a smirk. Don't alert the enemy first. Longchen, this brat, thinks that he has fooled us. In the future, he will definitely lower his guard against us. When the time comes, we will seize the opportunity to catch him off guard. I agree too. Demon Ancestor nodded and smiled. This wolf cub had grown a lot and already knew how to think. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.